In the early days of World War II, the United States and her allies took a beating in the air from the superior planes and pilots of the Axis forces. Allied commanders knew it would only be a matter of time before they would overcome the Japanese Zeros and the German Messerschmitts. They had first-class fighters and bombers on the drawing board and in the assembly plants. They just needed time to get them into the war. In the interim, air commanders turned to an old warbird that still could fly with eagles. That bird was the Curtiss P-40 Warhawk. To many, the P-40 was like Rodney Dangerfield. It just didn't get any respect. But those who flew her knew that there was much more to her than meets the eye. In the early months of World War II, the P-40 kept the Allies in the war and the Axis off the backs of the ground troops. In aviation history, the P-40 has had an opportunity to set the record straight.
The P-40 is a much maligned and unfortunately denigrated airplane. It was a far better airplane than people think. It was a good, solid, reliable airplane. It performed very well in the desert theater. It performed very well in North Africa and Italy. It performed very well in the Southwest Pacific area and in China. And I think that had it been the only airplane that we would have available to us in the early days of the war, even through, say, the 1943 time period, it would have been acceptable in the European theater, although we would not have considered it as, say, equivalent to a Spitfire or equivalent to the latest generation of fighter aircraft development. But there were a number of Axis pilots who underestimated the P-40 and did not come home as a result of it.
The P-40 had a 37-foot wingspan with a total length of just over 33 feet. Its height was 10 feet 7 inches. It was powered by one Allison V1710 engine. It had a maximum speed of 343 miles per hour. It weighed 6,200 pounds empty and 8,300 pounds loaded for battle. With a ceiling of 38,000 feet and a range of 1,400 miles, it was never tops in any one category, and yet, with a good pilot, it could get the job done.
The P-40 was, as I mentioned, the Pacific was a major player both in the air forces of the United States, but also that of Australia, the New Zealanders, the British themselves, and of course in Europe or in the Russian front fighting, which of course could be European or Asiatic, depending on where one was. It was a very strong player in the force structure of the Soviet Air Force.
One of the earliest tests for the Warhawk was in the battle for North Africa. On November 8, 1942, 11 months after Pearl Harbor, more than 800 ships engaged in Operation Torch, the invasion of North Africa. The plan called for tactical air support for the ground forces. Some of the air units were ferried from England to the Mediterranean by carrier. 70 P-40 Warhawks sat on top of a U.S. carrier. 25 more on a British carrier. The Allies liked this warbird and knew that the Curtiss P-40 could carry a 500-pound bomb as easily as a belly gas tank. It was both a fighter and a bomber. Inspired by General Jimmy Doolittle's raid on Tokyo, these land-trained fighter pilots were risking carrier takeoffs to get to Morocco because their planes were urgently needed. At 2- and 3-minute intervals, the pilots raced down the short deck and grabbed for air. The Allies cleared the decks and buzzed the carriers for luck. Then, the entire group headed for the already battle-scarred landing fields of French Morocco. General Dwight D. Eisenhower was in command. This was before he became Supreme Allied Commander in Europe. Allied forces had rolled over the opposition and moved halfway across North Africa, only to grind to a halt because of the weather and a lack of supplies. The Allies were almost within sight of the Germans' big supply ports from Tunisia. However, logistics and mud dictated the decision. On General Eisenhower's order, positions were consolidated, and the attack was postponed indefinitely. The mountains, the roads, even the air seemed to ooze with 6 weeks of steady rain. No motor transportation. Only a few meager supplies got through. For once, like the foot soldier, air support, the umbrella for the Allies' ground forces, was stuck in the mud. The enemy was in much better shape. They had hundreds of planes operating from permanent all-weather fields. Their veteran, battle-trained Luftwaffe was assured of easy victory over the inexperienced American air units. Allied harbors and airfields were primary targets. Air defenses were weak, open for Stuka dive bombing and strafing. After plastering Allied supply harbors, they attacked airfields. Air units gallantly held on, while even the ground seemed to rise and burn under repeated attacks. The Allies suffered losses, and even as they rescued their wounded, new and faster ways were improvised to carry casualties to safety. The planes which had brought in high-priority supplies took out higher-priority men. They were attended by flight surgeons. With air evacuation, casualties were only hours from hospitals. But wounded men and warhawks had to be repaired. American ingenuity went to work. Now the spark of new ideas made crude gasoline firebombs. The Allies rebuilt their strength. General Eisenhower had planned strategy with his ground and naval officers. The Allies worked out the best ways of using their combined forces. General Spaatz was named CO of the Northwest African Air Force. Generals Arnold, Royce, and Baratin visited the Allied outfits, the 12th Air Force Fighter Command, run by General Pete Quesada. Those in command were helping the pilots get on even terms with the Luftwaffe. A while back, the Allies nearly ran out of 500-pounders, but now they had plenty. Gasoline, rationed at home, meant life or death in the desert. A battle for supply was being won. The Allies were getting ready. Suddenly, on February 14th, Rommel's Afrika Korps attacked. At Kaserne Pass, Allied lines stiffened. After 8 days of attack, the Axis initiative was exhausted. It was at this point that Rommel quit his African command. For the Germans, this situation worsened. Gasoline shortages reduced air operations. Squeezed into a steadily smaller pocket, they prepared to evacuate planes and key personnel to Sicily. About 20 men could escape in one of their small aircraft. High above them, the Allies watched and waited. Something big was coming. The German escape plan was put in motion. Near Tunis rose a group of more than 30 heavily armored Me-109 fighters. They were to escort a large fleet of low-flying transports. The hop to Sicily was a shuttle run of about 100 miles, less than an hour. 100 strong, the transports stretched in a long line on the deck, headed for their Sicilian sanctuary. They didn't get very far. As soon as the 57th Fighter Group spotted them, Captain Jimmy Curl's squad of 13 P-40s dove on the Germans to split them up. The Allies had been chasing Germans since July 1942, but they never had a chance like this famous afternoon. Down below, the transports droned on. If their luck held, the Germans might make a getaway. Their luck ran out. The tail-end Charlies of the long escape line took their chances on getting back to their African airfield. Some of them made it the hard way. When the attack was over, the Allies had destroyed 58 transports and 18 fighters. From then on, the Allies sat over German airfields and dared the Luftwaffe to come up. But the Axis still had a trump card. The Afrika Korps blocked the way to Tunis. The Allies drove, seeking weak spots. Finding some, they shifted forces, building for a breakthrough. Montgomery's army hammered the Afrika Korps from the south. Allied artillery tried to give the ground forces a toehold around Tunis. But Monty's 8th Army was effectively pinned down by the Afrika Korps. On the morning of May 6th, they called for tactical air support. The weather was good. The Allies had gasoline and bombs, planes and men. The Allies were ready. The P-40 Warhawk was ready. The Northwest African Tactical Air Force drew up a schedule for an unprecedented air attack, the heavies in first, to give depth to the artillery barrage. The Allies concentrated on an area 4 miles long by 3.5 miles wide. The Allies had 12th Air Force bomber boys who had started in the muddy fields of Algeria. They were teamed up with 9th Air Force men who had eaten sand all the way from Egypt, 1,500 miles. Before 9 o'clock, the Allies had planned to fly more than 1,000 sorties. Anything that could take off went up in the corridor. The Allied fighter bomber boys, including the 57th Bomber Group, were about to sweep a road to Tunis. The Allies were using the experience gained in Egypt, slashing Rommel at El Alamein. At that time, the Allies were only a few. Now, they were hundreds, all grouped in a powerful package. General Alexander's armies were anxious for the air attack, which would mean a breakthrough. They didn't have long to wait. They blasted a channel from Megizel back to Tunis. 2 hours. Tanks and infantry had advanced as much as a mile. Resistance began to crack. Firebombs, which the Allies had tested in the Sahara, helped in the big show. The Germans, realizing their desperate situation, retreated to make a last-ditch stand. Finally, the Allied armies broke through. From here on, Alexander mopped up with fire. At last, the Allies could see Tunis. This was the first blush of victory, a year and a half after Pearl Harbor, only 6 months after the landing. Allied soldiers, tankmen, and airmen were liberators like the American Marines who had brought peace to North Africa more than a century before. There were salutes to liberty as tyranny disappeared. The citizens of Tunis cheered the crusade for freedom that now had a new champion, the P-40 Warhawk. A 250,000 prisoners, proved that Nazi invincibility was a myth. In the German defeat, the Allies learned the strength of joint unified command. Allied air power had destroyed enemy planes, guns, and ships, which paved the way for the final destruction of Hitler's once proud and powerful Afrika Korps. After the Tunisian victory, General Eisenhower reviewed the United Allies, who were at last above the mark. The world had seen the first large-scale application of complete air supremacy. The Allies had battle-tested and developed tactical air support for their ground forces. Future battles would show the lessons of the North African air warfare applied on a global scale, with steadily increasing manpower, plane power, and firepower from the United States Air Force. But were it not for the outstanding work of the P-40 and her pilots, this might have been a different story. Another theater of operation that felt the influence of the P-40 was in China, Burma, India. Known as CBI, it was all but ignored for most of the war by the major players in Washington. But for those who fought there, it was a battle of wits to make do with few supplies from home against a large Japanese force that had ruled the land and air for years. Flying into this area meant flying over the hump of Burma into dangerous Chinese territory. The P-40 was all the Allied pilots had to rely on, and they became experts at making the most of this fighter. For this was the land of the rising sun, and President Roosevelt sent a small but dedicated group to sink it back down to size. Beginning as the American Volunteer Group under Claire Chennault, also known as the Flying Tigers, it would eventually become the 14th Air Force. This is the end of the line for any hump pilot. He goes back to India for another load. The 14th takes over. Kunming was the first base of the 14th. One of the first jobs of its pilots was to defend their airfields and keep the hump route open. Here are some of the men who did that job. They are the original Flying Tigers. Former Army, Navy, and Marine pilots who came to China as civilians on a strictly business deal. $500 a month salary and a $500 bonus for every Japanese plane destroyed. From these original Flying Tigers came the 14th Air Force. Once official, they got planes, pilots, insignias, a commander, and a great tradition. The planes were battered P-40s with .30 caliber machine guns, museum pieces for the most part, but all they could get here in China. But the pilots were battle-wise veterans who now joined the Air Force as majors. The commander was the retired Army captain who led the Flying Tigers, now Brigadier General Claire Chennault. With this motley array of men and planes, they faced a ring of Japanese air bases from Upper Burma to Indochina, prepared to keep the aerial supply line over the hump open. Small wonder the Japanese thought they could blast these Americans out of China. The stakes were high when they tried. If they knocked out the Air Force, they could close the hump. Without the hump, China would be cut off and virtually out of the war. Again and again, the Japanese sent big formations of fighters and bombers against the American air bases around Kunming. Day after day, the red air raid warning balls went up, and the pilots scrambled for their sharp-nosed fighters. Japanese bombers bored in. Shark's teeth pledged to attack with General Chennault's famous fighter tactics. But enemy losses were so heavy that the Japanese were forced to give up their attacks. With the hump bases safe, General Chennault planned to move into East China and take the offensive. With the help of the Chinese, the 14th was free to kick open the back door to Tokyo a little wider. The first jump was 400 miles east from Kunming to the Hingyang-Luzhou line, with major fields at Hingyang, Lingling, Gualing, and Luzhou. 250 miles closer to the Japanese, with the staging fields of Sichuan, Panzhou, Namyang, and Nanning. From these new positions, American planes could attack the Japanese along a wide arc from Shanghai to Saigon and as far east as the Philippines. Nowhere else in the world in the spring of 1943 could American air power strike so close to the heart of the Japanese Empire. Those who were there felt it was a miracle. In less than 3 months, these people built a chain of airfields that could handle a huge American force. They built them on the land that formerly raised their food. They built them by hand. Their pay was 20 cents and a bowl of rice a day, and the hope the Japanese would one day be defeated. As many as 90,000 people worked on a single field, from 8-year-old children to 80-year-old patriarchs. And women worked as hard as men. Each field posed a different problem. Here, rice paddies were drained. There, a river diverted from its course. Hills were leveled. These cones of earth measure the depth the workers dug and serve as the basis for their pay. These rocks were carried from a riverbed 2 miles away. The large rocks are laid by hand to form the runway foundation. Mortar of mud and water, called slurry, is mixed and poured over the foundation as binder. More stones are crushed and spread over the foundation to make the surface. More slurry is poured, and the stones are covered with sand. Half-ton rollers pack the stones. Add a ring of rebutments, and you have an airfield ready for action. The Chinese air raid warning that kept the P-40s from being caught on the ground was an old system. Chinese spotters, farmers, soldiers, magistrates, covered all the territory between the Allied bases and the Japanese. They flashed word of enemy air movements by telephone and radio. If a Japanese bomber warmed up on a Canton airfield, word often reached this fighter control center at Kualing before the plane could take off. The net also guided lost planes to safety. Chinese guerrillas saved many American pilots and crews who had to bail out behind the Japanese lines. No American stood guard, cooked, or carried. They built the Allies' quarters and did the Allies' housekeeping. Many Chinese with technical training joined the ground crews and helped keep American planes and equipment working. Finally, new American planes reinforced the battered P-40s and the dozen B-25s that were the bomber command. Long-range B-24s, cannon-carrying B-25s, and some P-51s. The American squadrons were joined by the pilots and crews of the Chinese-American wing. These Chinese airmen had been trained in America and now returned to their own country, ready for revenge. The 14th was still the smallest American Air Force and lived on a starvation diet of supplies. It took almost all of the increasing hump tonnage to keep the new planes supplied with gas, bombs, and bullets. This plane would be junked in any other theater. In China, it is patched with parts from other wrecks and is sent back to fight again. There is firefighting equipment that would have saved the life of this pilot, but it would have displaced a 1,000-pound bomb or 200 gallons of gas in the precious hump tonnage. These are the grim choices the 14th had to make. This is the hard way to refuel. Modern gas trucks and pumps couldn't squeeze through the hump bottleneck. Gas for motor fuel is diluted with 75% alcohol made in China. It's hard on the motors, but it saves hump tonnage. All this gas meant scores of dangerous hump trips and took weeks to accumulate. All of it was burned up in a single mission of one heavy bomb crew. This was also burned in a single mission, a Japanese mission. 15,000 gallons of gas and oil went up in this blaze when Japanese planes hit a supply train at Luzhou. Probably the best way to explain the shoestring on which the 14th operated is to realize that everything delivered to it over the hump during the first 6 months of 1944 could have been carried in 5 merchant marine ships. New supply problems were created by the move to East China. High-priority cargo still moved by air, but the bulk of supplies moving to eastern bases traveled in another patchwork system of trucks, a rheumatic railroad, and these streamlined carriers. Even Christmas came late to East China. It was March when these Christmas packages from America and Santa Claus reached Kualing. The Flying Tigers and the P-40 had to do the most with the least. One bomb in China had to do the work of a dozen elsewhere. To do that, you go down low and ram it home. Like that. That was practice. By the fall of 1943, the 14th was punching the Japanese from Indochina to Formosa. Shipping was the main target. The new bases brought the Japanese lifeline within easy range. This lifeline was the sea route from Japan through the Formosa Straits, down the South China Sea, the Dutch East Indies, and the Southwest Pacific. Oil, rubber, tin, and other raw materials moved north to Japan. Troops and supplies moved south to the Pacific fighting. As the Navy moved westward across the Pacific, more and more Japanese shipping was squeezed into the China Sea. The 14th's hunting grew better. As a result of these attacks, the Japanese realized that they had to drive the 14th out of China. 3 times they tried to knock the Americans out of their eastern bases. In the spring of 1943, the Japanese drove south from the upper Yangtze. In the summer, they tried an air blitz. In the fall, they went with another ground offensive around Tung Ting Lake. Each time, the combination of Chinese troops and American P-40s hurled them back with heavy losses. In the spring of 1944 came the Great East China Offensive. Their objective was to drive the 14th out of China, gain control of the Hangzhou-Canton Railroad, and fortify the China coast against the threat of landings by the Americans pushing westward across the Pacific. The 14th attacked with every weapon in its arsenal. Despite bad weather, fighters strafed troop columns with rockets, gag bombs, and machine guns. Many cavalry columns spearheading the drive were broken up by strafing bombing. All this cost American blood as well as gas, bombs, and sweat. Pilots flew their tired Warhawks 3 and 4 missions a day for weeks without end. These Japanese prisoners taken at Hanyang were thin and half-starved. They said no rice and little ammunition had reached them for weeks because of air attacks. American bombers and transports dropped supplies to the Chinese garrison by parachute. Then the 14th ran out of gas. Some fields had no gas. Some had just enough for one more mission. At others, gas was pumped from bomber tanks to keep the fighters in the air. Before enough gas reached the advanced fields, the Japanese had surged over Hanyang, never again to be halted until they had split free China. The Great Retreat was on. These refugees had long been a favorite target for Japanese pilots. But during this long trek, Japanese airmen declined to venture into American-held sky by day. No Chinese were killed by strafing or day bombing. General Chennault ordered pilots with their P-40s to go on special fighter patrols over railroad yards and other congested areas when Japanese air attacks seemed imminent. As the road wound up into the Kwazhou Plateau, some were literally on their last legs. Many of these people were captured by the advancing Japanese. Others were waylaid by bandits in the hills. Along the road to Kunming, refugees streamed past new airfields that thousands of other Chinese were building to give General Chennault's flyers new springboards of attack. In Burma, crack Chinese divisions were loaded into transports and flown to the crumbling East China front. They had American artillery, bazookas, mortars, machine guns, and plenty of ammunition, and had proved they knew how to use them in driving the Japanese out of North Burma. The Japanese were within 20 miles of cutting the Burma Road in China and overrunning the new American fields when these veteran Chinese troops, supported by air attack from P-40s, hurled them back 60 miles off the Kwazhou Plateau, down to the valleys of East China. The Japanese had started out in May to take the Canton-Hankow Railroad, occupy strategic coastal areas, and knock the 14th out of China. When they were checked in January, they had the railroad and the strategic areas, but they had failed to knock the 14th out of China. Even while they were fighting to clear China of the 14th, the Far Eastern Air Force and the Navy bombed the China coast from the Pacific. The Japanese lifeline was caught in a vice of American air power stretching around the world. More supplies reached the 14th as the first convoys traveled the Lido Road, opening the first land supply route to China in 3 years. From new bases all over China, the Flying Tigers renewed their offensive, and the Japanese well knew what the P-40 and a good pilot could do. History records the following. The Flying Tigers, with their worn-out P-40s, destroyed thousands of small supply boats and hundreds of locomotives, trains, vital bridges, supply dumps, and barracks. They destroyed 2,500 Japanese planes, killed 35,000 Japanese troops, sunk and damaged millions of tons of Japanese merchant shipping. That was the work of the Flying Tigers and an old warbird that didn't get any respect. The P-40 continued to make a contribution throughout the war. As the newer fighters came off the assembly line, they proved themselves to be more versatile in terms of range and speed. But the Warhawk was there when she was needed most. Rugged, ready, and able to fight with a good pilot in control, this plane gained its share of respect. Across Africa and Asia, and along the Eastern Front, the P-40 flew against the best the Axis had to offer and held its own. If you ask any combat pilot, he will tell you that that is all you can ask of a warbird. There it goes. Perhaps the finest fighter built during World War II. It was designed, assembled, and flown in 180 days. It was a fighter which could fly farther and faster than any other warbird it came up against. Air-to-air dogfight, long-range escort, air-to-ground destroyer. It did it all. They called it the P-51 Mustang. The P-51 dated from a British wartime requirement to develop an export fighter from the United States. It was powered by the Allison engine. The British were very happy with the first models, but were much happier after the Merlin engine was put in it. The Merlin engine, which was a British-developed engine, was licensed and built in the U.S. by the Packard Company. It was built to higher production standards than the British Merlin, and it performed brilliantly. Its gear-driven supercharger installation turned the P-51 into a fast and flexible machine due to its very fine high-altitude performance characteristics. This was something that the Allison engine, which powered the P-40 and the P-38, did not have. The Mustang was flown by more top aces than any other Allied fighter. The P-51 had a 37-foot wingspan with a total length of just under 33 feet. Its height was 13 feet 8 inches. It was powered by one Rolls-Royce Packard Merlin V1650 engine. It had a maximum speed of 437 miles per hour. It weighed 7,100 pounds empty and 12,100 pounds loaded for battle. With its combination of range, speed, maneuverability, and armament, it was the premier fighter of the war.
The P-51 is a remarkable aircraft in that it is an airplane developed very, very quickly by North American Aviation. The chief designer of it was Edgar Schmood, a remarkable individual. It had some of the attributes of lightweight pre-World War II European fighter design. this could be seen in its configuration, which looked somewhat like a Messerschmitt 109, an early Messerschmitt, an E-model Messerschmitt, which caused the P-51 some problems when it initially entered service. It was the victim of recognition mistakes. But it really owed a lot to the ability to take this highly successful, powerful engine, the Rolls-Royce Merlin engine, adapt it to American manufacturing technique, and then put it in the airplane. When that occurs, so that in mid-1943 we have the first production P-51Bs and P-51Cs undergoing flight testing and development, and they go into service by the end of the year, by the end of 1943. At that point, the P-51 really becomes a world beater. There were other attributes of the P-51 that we don't often think of that I think were nevertheless very, very important. One of them is wing design. If you take a look at the P-51 had what we call a laminar flow wing. Now, in point of fact, strictly speaking, I doubt that any P-51 in service ever achieved laminar flow. One achieves laminar flow conditions around a wing only under very specialized conditions, typically those that you find in a wind tunnel, where you have a wing that is highly buffed, treated, waxed, polished, of uniform cross-section, where the manufacturing irregularities are very, very minimal. With a mass-produced airplane, you really don't see that. With an airplane that's in a combat environment where the wings are scuffed, somebody's scuffed it with a boot while they're putting ammunition in one of the ammunition bays for the machine guns, things like that, that's not going to happen. So what made the P-51 aerodynamically a success? Well, this laminar flow wing configuration, which was a product of the National Advisory Committee for Aeronautics, particularly the work of an individual named Eastman Jacobs, one of the major figures in American aerodynamics, the laminar flow wing gave you very fine drag reduction characteristics that were totally unrelated to laminar flow. Simply by having a symmetrical cross-section wing where the thickness of the wing was moved back to about the 50% mark between the leading edge and the trailing edge, what we call the thickness chord ratio, and reducing that thickness chord ratio down, caused the drag characteristics of that wing to be relatively minimal compared to the kind of drag characteristics that other nations were getting off their own wing designs. It also gave you a thick section in the middle of the wing that was fairly thick, interestingly enough, so that you could carry additional fuel. So the overall shape here was very conducive to large volume internal fuel carriage, at the same time that the profile of the wing, the airfoil cross-section, as we term it, guaranteed you very low drag. And that combination of low drag and high fuel capacity meant that the P-51 would have exceptional range. And indeed it did. When you put two external fuel tanks under the airplane as well, you had an airplane that could very easily fly a mission from England to Berlin, engage in combat with the Luftwaffe over Berlin, and return to England.
The Mustang was the ultimate escort fighter. Bombers would leave their bases in England an hour ahead of the Mustangs. Then, somewhere over the Dutch or German border, the faster Mustangs would catch up with the bombers and relieve the P-38s and P-47s. As they moved deeper into Germany, the group of escorting Mustangs would watch every corner of the sky, weaving ahead, above, below. All around the bombers, like a screen of destroyers protecting the main fleet, they never had to wait long for another rendezvous with the Nazis. They get rid of their long-range wing tanks before the fight. Then down they go for the kill. With a touch of a finger on the stick, a camera and 8 machine guns are put into action. A small camera set on the wings makes the record. Often the pictures are poor due to gun vibration, but they offer a glimpse of what happens in the instant of action as the pilot sees it. The enemy fighters are massing for an attack on the bombers. while the P-51 pilots watch every move the German pilots make. The Germans make a sneak attack on Allied bombers from behind. Gun camera film captured from the Nazis reveals how they hammered the bombers with their 22 millimeters. A B-17 catches fire and goes down in flames. This one had half his tail shot off, but is still going ahead. The Allies lose another, but they can't be stopped. The P-51s, often heavily outnumbered, engage the Germans all over the sky. Day after day, month after month, the Mustangs fight the Messerschmitt 109s and the Focke-Wulf 190s. Now these P-51s are on the attack. 2 against 10, 6 against 50, they block the Germans' mass assaults against Allied bombers until the Allied victory column soars at the rate of 4-1. The ever-increasing fleets of fortresses and liberators pressed on to their targets and dropped their loads. And the day arrived when a huge 8th Air Force bomber mission with full fighter escort of P-51s was flown to Berlin and back without a challenge by a single enemy fighter. But before that eventful day, the Mustangs had many missions to perform. While Allied bomber and fighter losses were less than the Germans, they were still high. More bombers and fighters and more well-trained pilots were sent each day, and the Allied fleets grew ever larger. While the Axis could not match Allied production, their first line of operational strength was maintained. The great air battle of Europe was still undecided. In February 1944, there was a sudden change. The P-51s were ordered to range wider, to seek the German fighters in the air and on the ground, instead of waiting for them to come up. The P-51 Mustang was about to solidify its place in history. A gigantic fighter battle raged across the European sky, with the Germans sustaining heavy losses. 60, 80, sometimes 100 fighters destroyed each day. The P-51s came down from almost invisible heights to make the final attack, sometimes only a few feet above the ground. German warplanes of every kind and in fantastic numbers were splashed all over the landscape of northwestern Germany and occupied Holland, Belgium, France. This was a crucial battle. Both sides were aware of the coming events with air domination itself at stake. The P-51 showed once and for all that it was the premier fighter aircraft of World War II. Certainly, the planning and leadership of the air commanders was important, even vital, but the P-51 led the Allies to victory. Many of the Germans' aircraft exploded over their own forests and housetops, or were driven into the ground. So many of their famous fighter leaders met death at the hands of Allied pilots that it shattered the morale of the Nazi pilots. The Axis defense plan was smashed. Quickly, the P-51 Mustangs seized this opportunity when the enemy did not come up to fight. Down they went to blast the German planes to pieces and burn them on their own airfields, all over Western Europe and in the very heart of Germany. It was the most savage and devastating fighter attack on record, and the P-51 led the way. Returning from unchallenged escort duty and on many special missions, the Mustangs burned Nazi aircraft by the hundreds. Challenging enemy flak, sheets of machine gun fire from flak towers and ground installations caused the Mustangs heavy losses, 4 times as many as the same number of fighters would sustain in aerial combat. But the P-51 pilots never flinched. And by their courage, facing destruction in single-engine planes only a few feet above the ground and 500 miles from their bases, the pilots of these remarkable aircraft destroyed the heavily concentrated front-line operational strength of the German Air Force forever. Now that the sky was in the control of the Allies, another great opportunity became available: the destruction of Germany's transportation system that fed and supplied their army, counted on to repel the Allied invasion forces. The German roads and railroads were struck with the mighty force of the P-51. These were tense days, crucial days, and both sides knew it. The Mustangs, freed by their bitterly won victory in the air, became a dominant factor on the ground. They exploded locomotives by the thousands and burned freight cars in uncounted numbers. No train in daylight hours was safe, no target too small, not even a single railroad car, no marshalling yard a haven. Germany's desperately needed rail transport system was shattered all over the map. Bridges, oil tanks, flak towers, radio and radar stations, trucks carrying ammunition and supplies, staff cars carrying high German officials. Road traffic of every kind and description was destroyed until German convoys could only move effectively at night. The impact of this successful air war was readily apparent. Allied armies could now drive forward without having to keep one eye cocked over their shoulders, their gun emplacements unobserved. Flying this Top Gun was a pilot's dream and an enemy's nightmare. Few people have ever flown a P-51. Many who did never made it out of World War II. But for the top-scoring Mustang aces, it must have been a wonderful ride. While nothing can replace the real thing, one can imagine what it would be like. With the help of an old World War II training film and a vivid imagination, one can head for the sky with the help of an ace fighter pilot. For the next few minutes, sit back and enjoy the ride.
Arthur, let's stop shooting the breeze and get this ship off the ground.
Okay, Bob. Colonel, if you'll join me in the control tower, we'll have grandstand seats.
Right. See you later, Chilton. Right, sir.
Bob will give a continuous radio report on everything he does in this plane which might deviate from normal pilot procedure, even if it's scratching his ear in the middle of a loop.
Hello, Mr. Dees.
Oh, Charlie, these are the gentlemen I called you about. Colonel, let's get over to where we can see things. Ah, there's Bob. Now, you notice he gets in the plane from the rear, and flaps are kept down to prevent anyone stepping on them. Now, Bob, before he gets into the cockpit, checks the Zeus buttons on the radio compartment panels. Once inside the cockpit, he gets comfortable, adjusts the rudder pedals, gets his shoulder harness set. Well, they should be ready by now. Charlie, let's give them a call.
Okay, Mr. Dees. Hello, Army 115. This is Mines Tower. The air's all yours, Bob. Nothing expected for the next hour. Over.
Hello, Mines Tower. This is Army 115. Well, here's where I start the monologue. Hope your ears can take it. I've checked the servicing of the ship to have an idea of the amount of load I'm carrying.
Rate of climb can vary as much as 500 feet a minute, depending on the load.
I close the cockpit enclosure by first pulling the left side into position, then lowering the upper portion. And I make sure the enclosure handle is locked in place with a safety latch, and rear hatch and felt molding is checked.
He checks to see that the warning pins in the right sliding track are down.
Pins checked. Starting the regular before starting engine check.
Be sure that the tail of the P-51B is anchored securely, that the flaps are kept up. You see, the weight of the new Rolls-Royce engine has moved the center of gravity forward. As a result, the slipstream from the prop was liable to force the tail up.
During my regular check, I make sure that the emergency boost control is in automatic, as I'm only to use it in case of war emergency for not more than 5 minutes at a time. Making sure supercharger control in automatic and not in low. Coolant and oil switches checked in automatic. Fuel booster pump on normal. Finish check, starting engine. Clear.
The fuel booster pump draws from whatever tank the selector is on. We tried to cut down on the number of things a pilot has to do. That's why the ship has an automatic manifold pressure regulator connected to the throttle. But the pilot will have to be careful under icing conditions, because the automatic regulator will try to compensate until the carburetor is completely iced up. May I have the microphone, please, Colonel? Are you ready, Bob?
She's warmed up, ready for taxi. Here I go. The attitude of this ship makes ground visibility very poor. So S-ing is necessary even more than in most airplanes with a conventional type landing gear. In order to save the brakes, use the steerable tail wheel feature. If I hold the stick at neutral, or slightly aft of neutral, the tail wheel is steerable 6 degrees on each side. All I have to do is move the rudder pedal. The 6-degree steering feature doesn't allow sharp turns. In order to make one, I simply push the stick forward. The tail wheel unlocks and becomes full swiveling. However, excessive throttle or excessive use of brakes with the stick forward should be avoided to prevent nosing over. Making regular cockpit check. If in doubt, use the checklist. Every Army plane's got one. Flaps up. Coolers open. Trim tabs, 7 degrees, right rudder trim. Note that I switched the fuel booster pump to emergency. The pump draws from whichever tank the selector is on. Instruments, okay. Switches on main panel, okay. Checking oxygen gauge. Switches right panel, okay. Gas tanks, full. Running up engine, checking mags. Now, I use no flaps normally for takeoff, but if I were carrying bombs or external tanks, I might use them. So to show the operation, I'll use them this time. The best settings, 20 degrees flaps and 6 degrees tail heavy on the elevators, as the plane will get off more quickly and give a greater feeling of control that way. The manifold pressure can be used as you need it up to 61 inches. The propeller control is fully forward for the maximum RPM of 3,000. Taking off. Keeping the tail on the ground and use of rudder trim, as I said before, counteracts normal torque action on takeoff. A bit of back pressure on the stick has to be used to keep the tail down. Landing gear up. Here come the flaps. Practically no settling when they're raised. Fuel booster pump in normal. The plane feels normal now that it's off the ground. I'm heading upstairs.
Let's get a pair of binoculars so we can see what's going on, Colonel. There's a pair, Major.
Thank you.
$20,000 feet. The supercharger just changed over in a high blower. A jump seems to occur in the engine, then the manifold pressure returns to its original setting. It switches at an altitude of between 20,000 and 20,500 feet. Heading on upstairs. $25,000 feet. I've leveled off.
Hello, Chilton.
Hello?
How is she on directional trim changes when speed and horsepower are varied?
I'll throttle back and give it a whirl. The airplane is stable at all normal loadings, but the directional trim changes at low speeds as horsepower and speed is varied. However, the rudder tab corrects this effectively with only a slight adjustment, and it should be used as necessary. Normally, there is no trouble as the plane is naturally stable.
That means the P-51B will remain at any altitude without adjusting the trim tabs.
Less work for the pilot. Now I'm going to show her stalling characteristics. The stall is comparatively mild and occurs at approximately 95 miles per hour indicated with gear and flaps up. About 3 or 4 miles above this stalling speed, a slight elevator buffet occurs. Plane sinks a distance, then rolls over on one wing. It doesn't whip over as some other planes do and has very little tendency to drop into a spin. The recovery is completely normal. All that has to be done is to release the back pressure on the stick and apply opposite rudder. With the gear and flaps down, the stall would have the same characteristics as before, only it occurs at about 85 miles per hour indicated.
Hello, Bob. Show us a couple of dives.
Okay, Colonel. Here she goes. Plane gains speed extremely fast in a dive. Tends to veer slightly to the right and continue in a dive without pulling itself out for quite a long time.
The propeller doesn't overrun during the dive, does it?
Not a bit. I put it at 3,000 RPM and it stayed nailed there. Any other questions, sir?
No, thanks. How about doing a couple of rolls for us?
Here's one to the left. Rate of roll is extremely fast, especially at high speeds.
That's due to the sealed balance aileron. It's the final result of 14 different designs.
That fast roll really counts, too.
Yes, that means the pilot can disengage the enemy a lot quicker.
We believe the only enemy ship that can approach it for speed of roll is a Focke-Wulf 190.
Here's another dive. In the dive, the pilot doesn't have to maintain excessive forward pressure on the stick. Catch the slight tendency to veer to the right with a trim tab, if in a prolonged dive. Otherwise, the ship is positively stable in the dive. Hello, Arthur. I'm going up to high altitude and put her in a maximum speed dive to show you how fast you'll go before reaching compressibility.
Okay, Bob, let us know when you're up there.
Roger.
Now then, while Bob's climbing, there are some points that might interest you, gentlemen. Let's sit down, shall we? Colonel?
Thank you.
Now, as you know, the true speed of a plane at the time compressibility occurs, divided by the speed of sound at that altitude, gives us a figure called the Mach number. So named after the man who discovered the relationship. Let's take an example. We'll say the plane reached compressibility at 560 miles per hour. That's true airspeed, at 10,000 feet altitude. Dividing this speed by 724, the speed of sound at 10,000 feet, we get, and gentlemen, we've done this arithmetic many times before, 0.76, the Mach number. Now that number indicates the speed a plane can dive at any given altitude. The higher the Mach number, the faster the plane can dive without encountering compressibility trouble. We believe the P-51B has the highest Mach number of any fighter.
38,000. Are you all set down there?
I guess we're all set. We had enough theory for the moment anyhow. Major, should we let them know we're still down here?
Right. Hello, Bob. We're all set down here. You really gonna wind her up for us?
Just you hold on to your hat, Major.
Okay. Give us your indicated speed and how she acts when you get her into compressibility, will you?
Roger. I'll be down in a minute. $300, $350, $400, $440. Compressibility, stick moving fore and aft, slight elevator overbalance, heavy buffeting on tail section, oscillation occurs rapidly. However, control forces on elevators remain unchanged. Plane hunts slightly along horizontal axis, pulling out now. No difficulty, except buffeting continues until a lower speed has been reached.
440 indicated at that height. That's really moving.
Enemy fighters will have a hell of a time trying to keep up with this ship in a dive.
They really would, Colonel. I'm going to try a couple of spins. I'll do a right spin first. Here she goes. In a right spin, there is a continuous oscillation. A slight rudder buffet is present. Procedure for recovery completely normal. No trouble getting out of the spin.
Probably try one to the left now.
For 3 turns, an oscillation is present as in the right spin. Then the spin becomes stable. Recovery is the same. Full opposite rudder, then stick in neutral. Going into a sustained side slip. Couldn't hold it. I'll do another. The plane will not hold a sustained side slip. The aileron control is insufficient to hold it on a side-slipping angle. The ship automatically tends to straighten out.
However, it will side slip long enough to avoid enemy fire.
What about prohibitive maneuvers? The usual limitations?
Right, no snap rolls, inverted spins, or outside loops.
Hello, Bob. How about some aerobatics?
Roger. Here's a loop. gentlemen. Here's a climbing roll. At high cruise, this airplane will even do a loop or Immelman from level flight position.
Of course, with the external fuel tanks or bombs installed, acrobatic maneuvers are prohibited. Also, every pilot should be warned not to fly inverted for more than 10 seconds. In that position, the scavenger pump fails to operate and oil pressure drops.
Going to buzz the field, Colonel. Want you to watch this for speed.
Here he comes.
And watch this.
Like a bat out of hell. Boy, that was beautiful.
Anything else I can show you while I'm up here?
That was beautiful, Bob.
Thanks, Colonel.
Hello, Army 115. This is Mines Tower. You're clear to land, Bob. Use runway 25. Over.
Roger. Out. Adjust power and trim to maintain 150 indicated. When the airplane has been brought into the wind for landing, the flaps should be lowered fully. But be sure the indicated is below 165. As soon as I turn into the field, I maintain gliding speed of around 115 with a normal war load.
With a full load, including auxiliary ferrying tanks, the gliding speed is between 125 and 130.
Adjust the trim tab to assist in landing.
Beautiful landing.
You can land just as well crosswind. The wide landing gear and the lockable tail wheel make it safe. But as you know, never use more than half flaps. Well, let's go down to the line and talk to Bob. Thank you.
Well, how'd you like her, Colonel?
Nice show, Bob. Mr. Dietz, I think we've got something.
Thank you, sir.
Nice landing, Bob. But tell me, what happens if you make a bad one, if you bounce her in? Do you give her the gun and bring her around again, or do you just ease it in?
Well, if the attempt at landing is badly made so that the wing drops or you get a bad bounce, go around again. But don't slam the throttle open, because if you're too near stalling speed, engine torque will drive you right into the ground. You should ease the power on, get the nose down, and go around again. If at the last moment you decide not to make a landing, ease the throttle open, and when you reach an airspeed of about 110 and an altitude of about 300 feet, raise the flaps by degree, a notch at a time, after raising landing gear.
Tell me, what about engine failure during flight?
Engine failure during flight. Pull the emergency release handle of the cockpit enclosure so you won't be trapped inside in case it jams on landing. Lean forward when you do, because the hatch might clip you on the ear. Drop your external fuel tanks. And if there's time, lower the flaps. But remember, you've got to do it by hand because your hydraulic pressure is gone. Keep your landing gear retracted and land on the belly of the ship. It's no tea party, but you shouldn't have too much trouble. Oh, one more thing. Get away from the ship as quickly as possible, because the cockpit can get a little warm in case a fire starts.
Tell me, how does she behave on scramble takeoffs?
Oh, same as any other fighter. If she isn't warm, The oil has to be diluted enough to ensure proper oil pressure at moderate power. Then, as soon as the engine will take the throttle, just taxi out and take off. But apply the throttle slowly and steadily. Sudden application, as in any takeoff, causes the engine to cough and spit. How'd you like me to check you out in it, Major?
What are we waiting for?
Excuse me, Colonel.
Bomber escort, dogfighter, ground attack warbird. Whatever the air commanders asked, the P-51 obliged with deadly effectiveness. In history's largest air battles, this Mustang rode herd on all the rest. When the United States entered World War II, the Nazis' control of the European continent extended from northern Norway to the Spanish border, across North Africa, and into much of Russia. It was called Fortress Europe by Adolf Hitler. For the Americans, the only practical means of getting to the enemy was through the air. A strategic bombing campaign was unleashed, and the Axis powers felt the fury of American might for the first time. One of the principal weapons used to bring the Nazis to their knees was the longest-range bomber in Allied hands, the B-24 Liberator.
The B-24 is the range queen. It has a tremendous capability for long-range operation, largely due to what is called the Davis wing, which was a highly refined high aspect ratio wing. What do we mean by high aspect ratio wing? We mean a wing that has a very broad span in relationship to the chord, the distance between the leading and trailing edge. The B-24 was capable of tremendous success as a long-range aircraft. There was a transport derivative of it that was flown in service as well, used on the hump operations over the Himalayan hump, the so-called C-87. It did have some tricky characteristics, the same characteristics that gave it very nice high altitude long-range flying characteristics, the same design characteristics of the airplane, I should say, also endowed it with relatively vicious stall and spin tendencies.
The B-24 had a 110-foot wingspan with a total length of just over 66 feet. Its height was 18 feet, and it was powered by 4 Pratt & Whitney R2800 engines. It had a maximum speed of 303 miles per hour. It weighed 34,000 pounds empty and 65,500 pounds loaded for battle. With a ceiling of 28,000 feet and a range of over 2,300 miles, it carried bombs farther and faster than the B-17. More B-24s were built than any other warplane in World War II. In the opening months of World War II in Europe, the Allies recognized that you could not operate bombers like the B-24 Liberator deep into enemy territory against fighters like the Messerschmitt 109 without taking very heavy losses. The problem of operating a bomber deep into enemy territory was what eventually drove the British to adopt the night bombing philosophy which dominated British strategic bomb operations during World War II. But the Americans were determined to fly daylight missions, simply because the bombers could do a better job of hitting targets. However, by the time the Americans entered the war, the air war over England had been decided. The defeat of the Luftwaffe in the Battle of Britain, and then the subsequent heavy demands placed upon the German air service, and indeed the entire German military machine, by Hitler's invasion of Russia the following summer, resulted in a near stalemate. England, as a fixed aircraft carrier operating off the coast of Europe, was largely immune from invasion at that point. Yes, the Battle of Britain had been won, and it was only a matter of time before the Nazis felt the heat from the B-24 Liberators.
An aspect of the Battle of Britain that is not often appreciated is that there was really a two-part war there, a two-part encounter between the Royal Air Force and the German Luftwaffe, and for that matter the German Navy. And it's that latter part that's often missed. The first part was winning the air superiority war over Britain itself, which the Royal Air Force was able to accomplish, in part because the German military leadership mistakenly retargeted their bombers to go away from aircraft production sites, to go away from fighter command airfields, and to concentrate on urban attacks. That was a dreadful mistake from the standpoint of the Germans. But the second aspect of that war that's often missed is that at the very same time that Royal Air Force Fighter Command was doing this to the Luftwaffe, Royal Air Force Bomber Command and Coastal Command were attacking the invasion ports that Germany would have used to launch its invasion fleet, so-called Operation Sea Lion, and they were destroying the barge traffic and the vessels that would bring those forces ashore. So much so that Germany had to disperse its barge traffic, its small boats, its flotilla of light craft. It had to disperse them up and down the European coast to get them away from this British air attack in 1940. And then, having lost the air superiority war, there was no real opportunity or ability for them to bring all the pieces back together again and then to go back and contemplate seriously an invasion of England without actually undertaking another massive air campaign, and by that time the balance of forces had really shifted against them.
The B-24 was a very good natural complement to the B-17. It enabled missions to be flown that the B-17 could not have accomplished. For example, operations from North Africa to Romania to bomb the Romanian oil fields, the so-called Plosti oil fields, which were a particular B-24 target on two notable raids. The first of these in 1943. The second raid occurred in March of 1944. 7 months after surrendering to the Allies, Italian airfields such as these resounded with growing American air might. Out of the many sky battles, Allied air forces had gradually achieved air superiority. At that point, theater air commanders Generals Spaatz and Aker arrived to plan new strategy with General Nathan Twining, the 15th Air Force commanding general. Spaatz and Aker were handing Twining the biggest job his planners had ever undertaken. They were ordered to fly through Hitler's back door and destroy the oil fields that kept German planes going. General Twining and his staff were ready for the assignment.
Gentlemen, we have just received a directive establishing target priorities for the bomber offensive of the 15th Air Force. The decision has been announced. We will destroy oil refineries and synthetic oil plants. Now, Colonel Young, what does our intelligence show us in regard to these targets within our area?
More than 50% of the refineries and synthetic plants producing gasoline for the Axis are within range of the 15th Air Force. Between 25 and 30% of the total Axis production of gasoline is represented by the 10 large refineries around Ploesti. While these refineries were seriously damaged in the attack last August by the task force operating from Egypt, recent photo reconnaissance reveals that, with one exception, all refineries are currently operating at full capacity.
Gentlemen, you've heard the problem. It's a big job we've got ahead of us. The knockout of Pulverizing means Germany will be deprived of 1/3 of its oil resources.
The B-24 bomber crews were moved up from Africa to start the Ploesti air siege. On the morning of April 5th, the bombers swung into action, led by 136 B-24 Liberators. The Allies expected the enemy's coastal radar network in Albania and Yugoslavia to spot them as they made their approach over the Adriatic Sea. Although it was still early in the 600-mile run to target, the crews got into flak suits. They were a kind of insurance. Climbing to altitude, the B-24 crews skimmed the Yugoslav mountains, gliding peacefully until they bristled with flak guns. The B-24 crews soon found out the hard way that Ploesti had become the third best defended spot on the continent. This was a high-altitude mission, 21,000 to 24,000 feet. As they neared the target, they edged into tighter formations. Each had top cover. They all remembered the 1943 Ploesti mission, with 177 Liberators, in which the Allies lost 54 planes. Would this be like that mission? Or would it be worse? 250 Nazi fighters, outnumbering the Allies 3-1, attacked. The Nazi fighters had almost had enough. By the time the B-24 crews crossed the Soviet Belgrade line, the fighters moved in for the knockout punch. Then the B-24 crews ran into flak. 256 heavy guns filled the sky with black, deadly mushrooms. To the intense flak, the Nazis had added smoke. The B-24 crews could almost smell the nauseating acid fog. 2,000 smoke pots effectively covered Ploesti. But still, the B-24s pressed on. They delivered their payloads and heavily damaged the Axis oil refinery and paid homage to the lost bomber crews of 1943. The crew member who was most responsible for dropping the bombs was the bombardier. The bombardier had to calculate the downward path of the bomb so that the bomb would land on the desired target. While there is no question that Allied strategic and tactical bombing efforts were team efforts, the bombardiers sometimes felt like the pilots took all of the credit.
I might trot on some toes when I say this, but the bombardier in World War II was the most ignored, important individual that I know of. The bombardier won more medals for pilots than did any other type action performed by pilots. Now, don't jump to conclusions. I'm not demeaning the pilot. It just was the name of the game. It was a pilot's Air Force, and people will say today that it's still a pilot's Air Force. But today's Air Force is not the same as it was then.
There were many uses for the versatile B-24. In the modern precision weapon era, B-24 crews started operating over the North Atlantic equipped with homing torpedoes, going after U-boats. The combination of the homing torpedo and the B-24 closed the mid-Atlantic gap, which was an area where the U-boat command had been able to operate with relative flexibility and impunity. The B-24 excelled in the maritime patrol role, both for the Americans and the Royal Air Force, and also for the U.S. Navy in a derivative called the privateer. The B-24 turned out to be a superb anti-submarine and maritime patrol airplane.
January 1943, French Morocco. President Roosevelt arrived for the important Casablanca Conference. Prime Minister Churchill and the President were making far-reaching military decisions. With the combined chiefs of staff, they planned global operations. Generals Marshall and Arnold had to build up the United Kingdom base in the face of Nazi plans to infest the Atlantic with submarines. Remembering how their U-boats in 1917 had brought England to her knees, enemy leaders were proud of their 1943 plans for a network of sub-pens. Dr. Tote's engineers now built them with 12-foot concrete tops to make the U-boat nest safe from the Allies' heaviest bombs. The enemy had launched a monstrous U-boat program. 300 by 1942, 900 by 1944. This was to be ruthless undersea warfare, masterminded by Admiral Carl Dönitz.
Back in the United States, our new fighters, like the P-47s, were being shipped to England. Fighter aircraft had become so vital in the war against the Axis, they were given high priorities. Because of the submarine menace, Allied navies escorted all convoys.
By torpedoing the freighters, the enemy tried to cut our Lend-Lease lifeline. Killer subs roaming the North Atlantic in the first half of 1942 had sunk 506 Allied ships. Threatened was the security of Great Britain and our build-up for the air war in Europe. Victorious German submarines were organized in wolf packs. Confronted with this desperate emergency, the U.S. Navy called on the Army Air Forces to assist them in the fight.
Our long-range depth bomb-carrying B-24s were the answer. The ultimate workhorse of our counterattack on the U-boats was the radar-equipped Liberator. These land-based planes were matched against a sneaking killer. The enemy operated almost unimpeded along the vital shipping lanes. Plenty of good hunting. First for them, but after May 1943, for us. Most of us in the 1st Bomber Command and later in the 25 squadrons of the Anti-Submarine Command patrolled wide areas ahead of the convoys. On the deck, we searched immense stretches of the Atlantic hunting for Nazi periscopes. Hitler's sub-crews crash dived. Our exploding bombs were clearing the North Atlantic of the Nazi U-boat threat. In those summer months of 1943, the Anti-Submarine Command of the Army Air Forces did a vital job. American fighter planes and badly needed supplies got through.
And in the Pacific, B-24s flown by the Army Air Forces were extraordinarily successful in attacks against the Japanese merchant fleet, and for that matter, against the Japanese Navy. One such action was in the Solomon Islands chains, where General Twining rejoined the Allies' theater commander, General Millard Harmon, in planning operations to defeat the Japanese. The crews had fresh B-24s, and in July were able to launch a 37-day campaign to Japanese-held Munda Field on New Georgia Island. Some of the crew had taken off from Guadalcanal, which American men had bought and paid for with their lives. The B-24 crews hoped the blow the Allies were about to deliver to Munda would make their sacrifices worthwhile. The B-24 crews finally neared the island. As soon as they made the approaches to Munda, jungle-hopping medium bombers went after the Japanese airdrome and its defenses. Then, the B-24 Liberators opened up. Stubbornly, the Japanese held on until the bombers dropped 145 tons of bombs in half an hour. It was the heaviest air bombardment yet in the South Pacific in one day. By the time resistance had ended, the Japanese had lost 350 aircraft. In only 9 days, the Allies rushed the strip into operating condition. P-40s were the first to land, followed by heavy bombers which could easily be carried on the coral runways. Warhawks helped protect the base as the B-24 crews rapidly built it into a key for the Solomon Islands. In a few weeks, traffic exceeded that of any other field in the South Pacific, reaching a peak of 564 aircraft in one day. The Munda campaign had shown the success of a new tactic, bypassing heavily defended enemy points and gaining air superiority behind them. General MacArthur described the island-hopping campaign as a series of battles for airfields. In the South Pacific, as elsewhere in all global operations, the Allies had proved the might of their air power. B-24s had helped clear submarines from the Atlantic. B-24s pounded Japanese targets in China. B-24s had made Pacific island hopping possible. Back in Europe, Nazi factories, made larger by the wealth of conquest, produced weapons for Hitler's war machine. After surviving the intensive bombing of 1943, their assembly lines doubled production. With painstaking German efficiency, the Luftwaffe grew alarmingly strong. By February, destruction of the mounting Nazi manufacturing industry became urgent because their production was rising to the goal of a plane every 15 minutes. Twelve of these factories in Germany and Poland were called point-blank targets and were given top priority. Hitler had looted the manpower and machinery of nearly a dozen European countries. The Luftwaffe had become a massive shield for Fortress Europe. At the same time, steel centers like Dusseldorf and Essen forged mountains of bombs and shells. A key to this production was the transport system. All the supply lines, including canals, were full. The enemy war machine rolled on after a winter during which weather had prevented large-scale Allied air attacks. On February 19, 1944, the weather cleared. Now the B-24 crews started the long-planned attack against the Luftwaffe to win control of the skies over Europe, no matter what the cost. This was to pave the way for invasion. General Eisenhower and his air officers, General Spaatz and Kepner, watched the Allies' joint effort. Most of the B-24s came from General Doolittle's 8th Air Force. The stiffest resistance was expected. To protect 1,000 bombers, the B-24 crews were sending along 1,000 fighters. Most of General Pete Quesada's 9th Air Force fighter pilots had come from units of the 8th Air Force. The battle-wise general had helped drive the Luftwaffe out of Africa. Now he was getting ready for a series of operations which historians called the Big Week. Sunday morning, February 20th, the B-24 crews prepared for the heaviest assault in the history of the American Strategic Air Force up to that time. With a stronger Luftwaffe, this was a big gamble. Some expected possible losses up to 200 bombers and crews. But this was the prelude to invasion, and it had to be done. Gathered together were B-24 Liberators from Britain and the Mediterranean, the equivalent of 5 air forces, and they were about to hit the Nazis for 6 consecutive days and nights. In the biggest air blitz of the war, the Allies hoped to finally win air superiority over the Luftwaffe. The liberation of Europe was at stake. Now, for the first time, the Army Air Force had the strength to mount a saturation offensive. Some B-24s went to attack airfields and rocket launching sites, to pull enemy strength away from the war factories, which was the Allies' main objective. At fighter bases, all fighter command elements were raising the curtain for the invasion. The Allied bombers plowed into enemy air, although the B-24 crews knew the Germans had them spotted. The Allies tried to make the effort appear as a two-pronged drive on Berlin. Ignoring the flak, they kept in close formation for maximum self-protection as the P-47 Thunderbolts caught up. Forewarned, the Germans massed their fighters. They were as determined to stop the bombers as the B-24 crews were to destroy them. Control of the sky, German sky, was the prize. Yes, the B-24 bomber crews were in good hands. When enemy flak explosions were heavy, accurate, and intense, the Germans closed in. Then came a fresh formation of Mustangs to fight off the worst the Germans had to offer. They came down from almost invisible heights to engage the Nazi fighters. In Belgium, France, and Holland, liberators evaded flak and unloaded over enemy airfields. The commanders hoped the weight of these bombs would force the Nazis to move their airfields inland. Over Germany, it was the same thing. These first 5 days changed the history of the air war, but it didn't end here. By March, the B-24s hit Berlin for the first time. The weight of the Allied attacks increased and held down enemy plane production. As the bombs fell, the B-24 crews pressed the Allies' advantage, barreling in to force the Luftwaffe into combat. The war was moving in the Allies' direction. Any war is a tactical battlefield where armies use their weapons to halt an incoming force or move forward to demolish the enemy. In World War II, the key factor was the ability of the Allies to reach out and destroy the Axis means of production.
In 1945, there was a very interesting book published. It was called Weapons and Warfare, and it was written by Major General J.F.C. Fuller. Now, Fuller was a British Army general. He was one of the major figures behind the advent of armored warfare, the development and the employment of the tank in warfare. He made profound contributions to military education in Great Britain and indeed worldwide through his writings and influence. Fuller was an individual, once again, that we would think of as traditionally a surface warfare advocate. Now, Fuller, taking a look at military history, concluded that throughout military history there were a series of values or attributes that were possessed by weaponry. For example, the lethality of weaponry, the ease with which it could be carried, the reach of weaponry. And he determined that if you take a look at these values, which included things such as precision, which he called accuracy of aim, if you took a look at them, the one factor that stood out, as he said, the single factor around which you have to build the crucible, as he put it, of combined tactics, was reach, which we would consider an attribute of range of air power today. Reach is range plus speed. And his statement in 1945, which I think was very profound, was that at any particular time in military history, reach has been the most critical factor in weapons development. And he said, in the air power era, this means that tactics have to be built around the airplane. And in that perception, he was absolutely on target. And I think we've certainly seen that in the years since the Second World War. If you take a look at why Japan lost the Second World War, Japan lost the Second World War because its sea lines of communication were cut by air attack and by submarine attack. Its forces were pinned in place by air attack and submarine attack, which isolated them. And finally, the home islands were brought under air attack and blockaded by aerial mining and the actions of submarines offshore and things of this sort that basically brought Japan to the point where it collapsed. In Europe, it's a little murkier because you're dealing with traditional warfare across a landmass, a very complex environment to deal with. But nevertheless, we can see even in Europe, in the European campaigns, that air made a very, very big difference in whether one won or lost a particular battle, or won and lost indeed a particular war.
As history notes, the Nazis never again had the opportunity to wage a massive air campaign. They became the subject of the largest air armada in history. By 1945, the United States had over 240 air groups and 65 separate squadrons. There was a total of 72,000 aircraft in the Army Air Forces, along with 41,000 naval aircraft. For the cross-channel invasion of Europe, the Army Air Force alone assembled over 10,000 planes. This included 40 heavy bomber groups, which were led by the B-24. The impact of these bombers is legendary.
The German hierarchy after the war, the generals, the men who directed the Luftwaffe and were key staff planners, their words are enough to convince me that the bombing was essentially the point or the action that broke the Third Reich's back.
History owes much to all of the men who served aboard the B-24 Liberator. They destroyed the Axis military-industrial complex. In Europe, they paved the way for the ground troops, and in Asia, saved countless lives by bombing the Japanese into submission. A price was paid for this effort. Except for the infantry, no group in the air or on the ground suffered as high a casualty rate as the heavy bomber crews of World War II. But the men who flew these planes knew what they were up against, and would tell anyone who would listen that the B-24 was the best damn warbird in the sky, and they would fly her into hell and back for freedom, pride, and glory. World War II, the most destructive war in history. Over 70 million men and women served in the armed forces on both sides. Truly a global war. 57 nations fought in Europe, Asia, Africa, and throughout the many islands in all of the oceans of the world. For America, it began and ended as an air war. But between the attack on Pearl Harbor and the dropping of the atomic bomb on Nagasaki, many would die in the air, on land, and sea. This is the story of the primary American warbirds that took the battle to Germany and Japan. It is a powerful and awe-inspiring account. Awesome because the United States went from a second-rate air fleet to history's largest air force in less than 5 years. Production of military aircraft in the United States went from 1,800 planes in 1938 to just under 100,000 in 1944. It was only possible because the entire nation willed it to be so. When the United States first entered the war, it was clear to Allied commanders that it would be necessary to establish supremacy of the skies in order to provide air support for any land war. No strategic air campaign could be launched without an effective long-range bomber. And, as luck would have it, there was already an amazing aircraft that could soar through the air, a fortress on wings, filled with guns, bullets, and bombs. In World War II, it led the way to victory. It was not the best bomber. It could not fly the farthest, or the highest, or hold the most bombs. But it was there when it was needed, and performed above and beyond the expectations of many. For those who flew her, she was a magnificent machine. She was called the B-17 Flying Fortress.
The B-17's hallmark was typically Boeing. It was an extremely rugged airplane. It was a simple airplane. It went together very well. It was easily maintained in service. It had very fine handling qualities, very fine flying characteristics. It was regarded at the time and has certainly been regarded since with genuine affection. B-17 people very much liked their airplane.
The B-17 had a 103-foot wingspan, with a total length of just over 74 feet. Its height was 19 feet 1 inch. It was powered by 4 Wright R-1820 engines, and it had a maximum speed of 300 miles per hour. It weighed 37,700 pounds empty and 55,500 pounds loaded for battle. With a ceiling of 35,000 feet, and a range of just over 1,800 miles, it carried the war to Germany, and the Nazis never recovered. It was loved by its 10-member crews because it was known for bringing them home, even with a great deal of battle damage.
It was a very survivable airplane. Now, having said that, there were tremendous numbers of B-17s lost in combat, and there were tremendous numbers of B-17 crewmen who were lost in combat. But if you take a look at bombers across the nations in World War II, I think we could say that prior to the B-29, the B-17 was the most survivable combat bomber that any nation fielded into combat service. For example, the escape rates of crewmen from the B-17 compared to the escape rates of crewmen from other bombers, particularly from British bombers, was extraordinarily high. This was, in fact, because the airplane would hold together well, so that it may take severe combat damage, but would hold together long enough for the crew to escape from it, as well as the fact that it was an open airplane. It had a lot of areas in which you could leap from the airplane safely. It had doors, it had ports, you could go out straight from the bomb bay, it had hatches here, there, and everywhere. So this made the airplane regarded with genuine affection. It was capable of undertaking multiple tasks. B-17s were flown in the electronic warfare role. They were used for agent insertion and what we term today special operations missions, in terms of inserting sabotage teams or supplying sabotage teams in the ground or guerrilla forces. It was used for strategic bombing. There was even an attempt in the Second World War, 2 attempts in the Second World War to make special use of B-17s. In one case, take war-weary B-17s and turn them into guided missiles. And in the other case, to take B-17s and use them as launch platforms for a development of the German V-1 called the Republic Loon, the JB-2 Loon, which would have been a pulse jet air-launched air-to-surface missile, although with refined guidance technology so that it was really far more precise than the German V-1.
The history of the B-17 is the history of American know-how. Before the war, in June 1934, the Boeing Company received a contract from the Army for design data, a full-scale wooden mock-up, and complete wind tunnel tests on their proposal for a long-range bomber. Building the first 4-engine bomber was a great gamble. No one would have thought that this maze of metal taking shape in the Boeing plant was to become one of the major weapons in the fight for freedom a few years later. In June of 1935, the first model rolled out into the sun. She looked magnificent. So good, they called her a flying fortress, and the name stuck. If she worked, the ex-B-17 would be the biggest single step toward advancement of American air power in history. But it still wasn't clear if the Army Air Corps would accept the design. The plane was groomed and readied for a back-breaking test. At Seattle, the ex-B-17 pointed its sharp nose to the east, and with a great surge of power, soared into the air. The bomber flew the record-shattering 2,100 miles non-stop in exactly 9 hours at an average speed of 232 miles per hour. The basic Air Corps specifications were met as the plane came to rest at Wright Field in Ohio. For 2 months, Air Corps engineers tested the B-17. Few other planes were equally important in air history. Then came the day of the big test, October 30th, 1935, and before the very eyes of the Army brass who had come to decide on it, high hopes were shaken. Everyone who worked long and hard on this new weapon saw the prototype go up in smoke. But Air Corps Chief General Westover immediately took up the battle. After several months of investigations, the plane was cleared of any mechanical fault. The B-17 could not be ignored because of an accident. The contract for construction of a service test fleet of 13 airplanes had been awarded the Boeing Company by the leaders of the Air Corps. They claimed the airplane had brought into being a different mode of warfare, the application of air power. And with a B-17, they hoped to give America the weapon which could engage the enemy on land, sea, and in the air, destroy his war production, and will to fight. The Air Corps was finally being equipped with weapons equal to any military plane anywhere in design, speed, and endurance.
By the time the United States got into the war, in December 1941, courtesy of Japan's assault on Pearl Harbor, we found a situation that from 1942 onwards, when American forces arrived in Europe, that we were able, really, in the 1942 and early 1943 time period, to get up to speed, to learn lessons from the British, who had been fighting the Germans for quite a while, to refine our fighter tactics and our employment strategy, and then to put our bomber force into operation. Now, this should not be construed to mean that things went very, very smoothly, because they did not. We had very serious difficulties in 1943 getting our strategic bomber operations underway. And this was because our bombing philosophy was very different than the British. Now, this does not mean that it was inferior to the British. I think far from it. I think we had a better approach, basically, that we took than the British in terms of what we were trying to achieve with our strategic bomber offensive. But it meant that the lessons that they had learned were not directly applicable to our experience. One lesson they had learned was, of course, the problems of operating bombers on long, deep, unescorted missions in the face of intense fighter opposition. Now, we were committed to do daylight bombing. But rather than wait to the point where we had decent long-range fighter escort that could get us to a target and back completely protected, we decided in the summer of 1943 to begin a series of assaults against the increasingly deep targets, strategic targets in Germany and occupied Europe. We had begun these actually in 1942, but they really built up speed in 1943.
In June of 1942, men of the 8th Air Force left New York 10,000 strong aboard a luxury liner for England to test their theory of long-range bombing. On her maiden troop ship run across the Atlantic, the Queen Elizabeth carried the vanguard of American air power for the new fight against aggression. The B-17 would lead the way. In England, at High Wycombe Field, the Allies used a girls' boarding school as headquarters. Here, 30 miles from Piccadilly, began a build-up which eventually made the 8th Air Force larger than the entire U.S. Army had been only 3 years before. As the summer of 1942 rushed by, the work of the entire Army Air Force was committed to using the B-17 as its principal long-range bomber. The Allies learned about the air war from the Royal Air Force, which had been fighting a lonely battle against the Nazis. There soon developed a disagreement over tactics. The Army Air Force came prepared for daylight precision bombing, but the British practiced only night area bombing, having suffered heavy losses in daylight operations. The British Bomber Command picked their targets, trained their crews, fed them lots of carrots, and designed their planes for deadly night attack. The success of the Wellingtons and Lancasters in attacks against Cologne and the Ruhr during the summer nights of 1942 offered grim evidence of what such tactics could accomplish. But the Americans wanted to see what their flying fortress could do during the day. The B-17's first test in tactics came August 17th. It was a critical day for the 8th Bomber Command when the Allies loaded up for the first U.S. raid from England in U.S. planes in daylight. General Ira Aker had told the B-17 pilots that the target was the great marshalling yard near Rouen in Nazi-occupied France. There were still plenty of skeptics who predicted dismal results from the first attempt at a daylight mission. Generals Spaatz and Aker had to prove them wrong. The Allies were fully aware of the long-range strategic planning that hinged on this particular mission. Maybe they didn't know any better, but the Allies had plenty of confidence. Confidence in their weapons, confidence in their soldiers and the way they did their jobs. The Allies didn't think of themselves as heroes, just here to do a job. But heroes or not, the flying privates, sergeants, and generals were putting their lives on the line and in the hands of the B-17. At the controls of one of the lead ships was General Akers himself, flying a B-17 which someone aptly named Yankee Doodle. As the B-17s pulled up their gear, American flyers assembled over the British countryside, ready to test an American idea in France: high-altitude precision bombing. As England disappeared behind the B-17s, the crews took up battle stations. The bombardiers and gunners knew that the fate of the mission and the lives of the crew depended on them. The crews took turns manning the guns, inspecting positions. German warning centers, caught by surprise, didn't report the fortresses until they were well on their way to the target. The Allies made a direct run for a point about 3 miles north of Rouen, and then a slight turn to the right for the bombing approach. The crew members, especially the gunners, wondered why the sky was clear of German fighters. Visibility was excellent, something you don't get when night bombing. All 12 planes dropped a total of 37,000 pounds of bombs. Then, the Allies met flak. Daylight made them better targets, too. The Nazis pumped anti-aircraft shells right up to the B-17's altitude. 2 of the fortresses collected some flak. Then, 40 German fighters joined the fight. When the Allies finally shook off the enemy attack, the group was intact. The mission was far more successful than many had hoped. Even British Bomber Command, Air Chief Marshal Harris, sent General Acre enthusiastic congratulations. "Yankee Doodle," he said, "certainly went to town and can stick another well-deserved feather in his cap." The B-17 continued to play a major role in the strategic offensive against Germany. In the early hours of August 17, 1943, another great episode unfolded in the history of the Flying Fortress. On the first anniversary of their operations against Fortress Europe, 8 bomber commands prepared 376 B-17s for the 2 most critical targets on their list: the ball bearing plants at Schweinfurt and the Messerschmitt aircraft factory at Regensburg, both deep in Germany. What an anniversary. Just a year ago, the Allies flew that first mission to Rouen, 12 B-17s flying 56 miles to the target. Now, the Allies were taking 376 fortresses 500 miles into Germany. Never had the Allies prepared for so rough a mission. In 1943, the AAF was still growing up. The Luftwaffe had already reached its peak. By the time the Allies returned from this air battle, it was well understood that the cost, in terms of casualties, would be on a large scale, and costly both to crews and ships. Getting into the trucks, the Allies didn't dream that August 17th was being written into air history. This day, a double mission involving the deepest penetration ever attempted in Germany and the largest bomber force to be dispatched to date. The B-17 had an appointment with destiny. The Allies knew that as they went further into Germany, they would hurt the Axis powers more. But B-17 crews also knew they'd have to pay a higher price for admission. And now, the last briefing, as the pilots recheck the details of the mission with their crews. Individuals no longer existed. The Allies were now 10-man teams, and their teamwork would determine success, and perhaps their lives. Action against Schweinfurt got underway. Regensburg task forces had just hit their target. A vast and intricate machine of destruction had been set in motion. Behind these B-17s were weeks of high command planning. Now, crewmen took care of routine duties. Ahead of them were 4 hours of rugged action. So far, these B-17 bombers had never been stopped. Although German defenses had stiffened, American formations had not been prevented from reaching their objectives once they responded to a green takeoff signal. As always, each thundering run was an epoch of suspense until 30 tons of bombs, plane, and men were lifted from the earth. The leader of the first B-17 wing swept in a huge circle around the field. Gradually, the second and third bombers edged into position. The sky quickly filled with stately fortresses flying through space. But as soon as they got into formation over the British field, they were picked up by German radar. Across the channel, the tentacles of the enemy's locator system, having touched the flying fortresses, now pinpointed them in space. Luftwaffe experts accurately plotted the course, altitude, and speed, and promptly informed their fighter control. Immediately, at dozens of Nazi airfields from as far north as Denmark to down around Paris, German fighter units began to send up everything they had. Their order was, intercept and destroy the oncoming B-17 fortresses. The answer to the increasing Allied bomber offensive was this stepped-up German fighter strength. Waves of opposition screamed off the map of Europe. In spite of the Luftwaffe, Allied planners selected these targets according to Allied Air Force priority. That's why, merely 3 hours after the 4th Bomber Group had paralyzed the Nazis' Messerschmitt factory at Regensburg, the Allies in the 1st Bomb Wing were on their way to strike Schweinfurt. In the face of an aroused enemy, as the B-17 crews began to run into flak, their gunners could feel the entire German Air Force warming up. Strict radio silence was maintained while trained eyes searched the sky. The Luftwaffe unleashed every trick. The B-17s suffered the most savage blows since the war began. Although the Germans knocked 20 bombers out of the sky on the road to Schweinfurt, the Allies never broke formation. Despite the ferocity of the attack, which extended all the way to and from the target, B-17 crews pressed forward. Their guns kept burning the enemy out of the sky. Approaching the bomb run began the most critical defensive period. Now, B-17 crews divided into smaller groups, sacrificing their mutual defensive firepower to bomb the target most efficiently. The crucial moment, the moment around which the entire mission revolved, was now in the steady hands of the bombardiers. Each bomber was now committed. No more evasive action until bombs away. At this time, the formations were most vulnerable to attack. It didn't matter. B-17 crews had a job to do on Schweinfurt. B-17 crews had 400 tons of high explosive to deliver, and they would get the job done.
The United States government, or Uncle Sam, gave us a brand new airplane, filled it up with gas, gave us a pilot that went through months of training and a co-pilot to help him, and then gave us a navigator to bring us to the target, gave us 4 or 5 gunners to protect us, just so we, the bombardier, could put that bomb on the target. So we had a chauffeur,
We had protection. We had everything in the world for us to get there, put the bomb on target. That's the way I felt about being a bombardier.
After getting 80 hits on the two main ball-bearing plants, the B-17 crews could defend themselves again, at least to the extent of evasive action against fighter attack. The main idea now was to get back to England fast. At the British landing field, word of the sky battle was out. Red flares were expected. That meant wounded aboard. These planes had priority in landing. Many of the fortresses themselves were crippled. A few came in with feathered props or with knocked-out landing gear. The anniversary battle lost more men and aircraft in a single day than the 8th Bomber Command had lost in their first 6 months of operations in Europe. B-17 crews, who carried the war 500 miles to the enemy's industrial heart, knew better than anyone how expensive it was. It was, quite possibly, the most terrible single air battle of the war. Before it was all over, 60 bombers were shot down or lost. 40 were heavily damaged and had to be scrapped. 200 were battle damaged. Over 1,000 American airmen were killed, lost, or wounded. The mission was accomplished, and the Luftwaffe could not stop the attack. But the costs were too high and nearly ended the theory of daylight raids. The concept of self-defending formations of fortresses was laid to rest. B-17 crews had to wait for the introduction of long-range fighters to cover the attacks. The Flying Fortress, as powerful a weapon as it was, could not do it alone. From this point on, the B-17 would be joined by long-range fighters like the P-51 Mustang. Together, they would own the air over Nazi Germany, and B-17 crews would really give them hell. The cost was high, but so was the reward. With air supremacy in hand, the Allied commanders could finally look forward to the land invasion of Fortress Europe.
One quote, just to pick one out of many, shortly after the invasion of Normandy in 1944, Dwight Eisenhower met with his son John. John was a newly minted second lieutenant, having graduated from West Point, and they were touring the front line behind the invasion area in France in late June of 1944. And John Eisenhower said to his father, "Without air superiority, you would not be able to get away with this," was how he termed it. And his father turned to him and said, "Without air supremacy, I wouldn't be here." At the same time, if you take a look at the writings of Erwin Rommel, who had been, of course, the so-called Desert Fox in the North African campaign, and then in Normandy was the principal opponent of the Allied invasion, you find that he's complaining bitterly about being pinned into place by air attack. He can't maneuver under air attack. Enemy air is making all the difference in terms of the war that's going on the ground. These are very profound statements, and they come from people who we associate with surface warfare as opposed to people that we would think of as air warfare partisans.
The B-17 Flying Fortress played a large role in allowing Eisenhower and his son to make it to D-Day. In the early stages of the war, it was the B-17 and her crews that led the way to victory. A terrible price was paid for their efforts. Many B-17s doing battle over Europe with little or no fighter support went down fighting. Many B-17 crews died while the air commanders learned how to wage a strategic and tactical air war. But that was a price they were willing to pay. In World War II, there was no question about who the good guys were. They were the ones flying inside the B-17's Flying Fortress. This Warbird was a lethal weapon. Its main purpose for being, the reason for its existence, was to attack the enemy in the air, on the ground, or at sea. And that it did with a vengeance. It ranked with the fastest fighters of World War II. It was tough, durable, and versatile. It was called the P-38 Lightning. The P-38 was the fastest fighter in the early stages of the war, and the first fighter useful for long-range escort. It was called upon at different times to perform very different roles, and in each case passed with flying colors.
The P-38 was a good airplane. It was not a major player in the European theater. It was a far better player in the Pacific because it had very good range characteristics. It was excellent for slashing attacks, for basically energy management type attacks where it would evade an enemy's more agile and more maneuverable lighter fighters by basically positioning itself with speed and altitude to seize the initiative against an opponent. It had a concentrated armament package. It had relatively dangerous high-speed dive characteristics because it was one of the first aircraft to approach what we would call sonic conditions. Not the speed of sound. It was not an airplane that could fly very close to the speed of sound, but it would exhibit some of the problems that you had from transonic airflow changes around an aircraft as it begins to fly close to the speed of sound. But it was by no means an inferior airplane. It was a very fine aircraft.
The P-38 had a 52-foot wingspan with a total length of just over 37 feet. Its height was 12 feet 10 inches. It was powered by two Allison V1700 engines, and it had a maximum speed of 415 miles per hour. It weighed 14,100 pounds empty and 17,500 pounds loaded for battle. With a ceiling of 40,000 feet and a range of 2,260 miles, it could go the distance and deal out a great amount of damage.
Where the P-38 really excelled, as I said earlier, was in the Pacific campaign, because there the combination of twin engines, very long range, really served that aircraft very, very well. The highest scoring American fighter pilots flew in the Pacific theater, and the top three all flew the P-38. For that matter, it may have even been more than the top three. There was certainly a number of leading aces in the Pacific theater who flew the P-38.
The Japanese were driving toward Port Moresby, one of the few bases still in Allied control. This was just north of Australia. If this area fell, it threatened to push the Allies into the sea. General Douglas MacArthur quickly reset the stage for an Allied offensive. He relied on General George Kenney, new commander of Allied Air, who was reorganizing the 5th Air Force after the beating it had taken early in the war. MacArthur ordered the troops rushed into battle. One regiment took 36 hours to go by water. A battalion took 5 weeks by foot. But 60 planes could carry an entire Australian infantry battalion in one day. If the P-38 could protect them, MacArthur thought it just might work. Specially designed airborne equipment, such as pint-sized bulldozers and graders, helped lay out 6 airstrips. Around Balbadura, they scraped out runways less than 16 miles from the front. When construction was completed, the P-38 moved in to protect the entire operation. The Southwest Pacific Air Forces, still under the direction of veteran Air Leader George Kinney and Fighter Commander Emmett Whitehead, had decided upon a tough, fast, tactical weapon which would stem the tide of Japanese aggression: the P-38 Lightning. The P-38 was the one airplane fighter pilots in New Guinea wanted. Kinney and others begged Washington to spare them a few of these high-flying, speedy lightning rods. When they finally got them, the ground crews had a big job on their hands. Fuel tanks, superchargers, armaments, all required major adjustment or repair. Earlier in the war, General Kinney had warned the Pentagon that the Japanese were 2 days from their factory to the combat zone, and they might swarm all over him. On December 27th, the Japanese did just that. About 11:30 hours, they gave the P-38 pilots the alert. They received the word that the Allied radio station at Domadura had picked up a number of Japanese aircraft approaching the target area. The pilots had waited a long time for this moment, and with the help of their crews, they got going in a hurry. It had taken more than 3 months to get the P-38s ready for combat. The maintenance crews had worked hard, and now the pilots were about to put the Lightnings to the test. As part of the 39th Fighter Squadron, they had flown some patrol and escort missions with the P-38. However, this was to be their first important combat operation. 12 brand-new P-38s were being dispatched to intercept the invading force of unknown strength. Both sides were in for a surprise. At 12:10 hours, they sighted the Japanese. They were out in force. Separating into 3 flights of 4 each, the P-38 pilots got on top at 10,000 feet. The Zeros didn't appreciate the view. The P-38 lead flight peeled off to dive in and break up the formation. With his throttle wide open, this P-38 latched on to a Japanese. And then the first lightning struck. When the air battle was finally over, the 12 P-38 Lightnings had shot down 11 Japanese fighters and bombers. This was a dramatic debut for the P-38 in the Southwest Pacific. The tide was turning, but one battle didn't win a war, and one fighter could not do all the work. But the P-38 had proved its worthiness. The P-38 proved invaluable elsewhere. In North Africa, it was used to fight off the Nazis and protect the local population. This rare newsreel from the front in North Africa documents a real dogfight for the P-38 and Nazi Messerschmitt 109s.
Every fifth one is a tracer bullet. Street scenes were photographed by a concealed camera and reveal the true and varied reactions of the public during the raid. Spitfire takes to the air. This is one of the Allied airfields in the vicinity of Bow. American P-38s rise to the attack. P-38s and Spitfires against Messerschmitts and Junkers. This is the Messerschmitt. Most of the bombs fell in the city. Stands for victory everywhere. The surrounding countryside is littered with the wreckage of Nazi planes. This is a Dornier. All that is left of a Messerschmitt. The crew of this one was captured. The final score, 14 Nazi planes shot down against a loss of 4 of our own. No important installations were hit, and our tank convoy suffered no casualties.
Another role that the P-38 played was as a photo reconnaissance airship for the Allied forces. The 17th Photo Reconnaissance Squadron, stationed on Guadalcanal, had an excellent record of supplying the Fighter Command, Bomber Command, and the naval and ground forces with the particular and valuable type of intelligence information that photo reconnaissance could obtain. The plane the air commanders chose for this delicate work was a converted P-38. Here, a radio man tests the communications system and gets a line check from the squadron control station. A maintenance man was responsible for the condition of the camera. Because of the extremely humid climate of the tropics, the cameras had to be removed from the plane after every mission and taken to the camera tent for a complete check. Nearby was the operations board on which all missions were noted. the operations officer would receive a call asking for information concerning a certain area. He would list the data: destination, area to be flown, number of photos desired, etc., and then walk over to the board and then call the pilot and write in his name and mission. After this, the pilot would be briefed. On this area map, the route would be pointed out. These are the Solomons, and the course would be an elliptical route from Guadalcanal, covering the islands to the northwest and their adjacent waters. Particular information was needed about enemy activity at Buna Island, furthest west in the Solomon Group. The operations officer, with additional information brought in from similar missions, advised the pilot as to which course to take, and was shown the spots where enemy flak and fighters would probably be encountered. The crew was then notified, and the proper camera and films made ready. The modified P-38 could accommodate 5 cameras. On this mission, 2 verticals and 2 obliques were used. For defensive purposes, most of the pilots carried a .45 caliber revolver. Except for a machete, this was all the armament these P-38 pilots carried on a mission. All armor and armaments had been stripped from the plane to accommodate the camera. The pilot's only protection was his speed, which was enough. The P-38 was the fastest photo reconnaissance plane in World War II. General Twining, commanding officer of the 13th Air Force, had stated that the 17th Photo Reconnaissance paid for itself by relieving heavy bombardment aircraft from reconnaissance missions on which several such heavy aircraft have been lost. In comparison, only 1 P-38 had gone down in 4 months of daily reconnaissance flights. The last item before takeoff is the cleaning of all glass through which the cameras shoot. It is interesting to note that only 1 belly tank was used on this recon. It was preferable not to limit the plane's speed by taking along 2 tanks, though most pilots felt the P-38 handled less well with 1 tank. Almost as quickly as the chocks were shoved under the wheels, the film magazine was emptied. No time was lost in getting the film to the field lab and rushing prints to the photo intelligence officer for interpretation. It is possible that 1 or more of these negatives held information that was of life and death concern to every man in the Guadalcanal area. Photographs can show things that the human eye cannot easily detect. At times, a whole fighter or bomber squadron could fly over an enemy installation and never see it. Furthermore, photos were examined carefully with stereoscopes and by more than 1 person. They were checked with other photos taken previously to catch minute changes in the arrangement of the terrain and to detect carefully camouflaged installations. Organizing the intelligence which the P-38 pilot had brought in, the intelligence officer gave his superiors a summary of the report. Half an hour had elapsed from the time the P-38 pilot returned from his mission. Already, a fighter squadron was rolling out to the runway, ready to act upon the information obtained by photo reconnaissance. It may be that the photographs and the verbal report disclosed that the enemy was open for attack at Tonalai. Perhaps it was discovered that enemy transports, destroyers, or bombers were sneaking up the channel. So out rolled the P-38s. Fighters this time, not recon, prepared to do a job that the alertness and efficiency of the photo reconnaissance squadron of special P-38s had helped set up. There were many examples of where the stripped-down P-38s doing reconnaissance were able to tell the fully armed Lightnings where and when to fight. One of the best examples was a mission where for 3 days in a row P-38 pilots were sent on a low-level attack to knock out Rabaul on New Britain Island. Here, pilots are shown waiting for the weather to clear at forward staging bases in New Guinea. The P-38 pilots depended upon the gunners in the B-25 bombers to neutralize Japanese enemy planes and flak, so that their Lightnings could smash the airfields around Rabaul and then destroy the concentration of military shipping in Simpson Harbor. Ever since January 1942, units of the 5th Air Force had continually blasted Rabaul, but it still continued to operate. By November 2, 1943, the briefing officer announced that the 8th Photo Squad, flying recon over Simpson Harbor, had seen 7 destroyers and 20 merchant vessels. At the airfields, they had counted over 37 planes. This was a rough and tough mission, perfect for the P-38 Lightning. At the fighter briefings, P-38 pilots were given details of the plan that required perfect coordination between bomber and fighter elements. Surprise and timing were the main parts of the plan that General Kenney and his staff put in motion. Briefings over, 5 squadrons of medium bombers were boarded and revved up. Shortly after 1000 hours, the tower gave them the go-ahead, and the bombers got underway. Then the P-38s got ready. From 6 squadrons of Lightnings, 2 squadrons had orders to sweep Simpson Harbor. The other 4 were to attack the land batteries. In all, 80 P-38 Lightnings scrambled off. In good flying weather, Allied bombers held their formations as they headed toward Rabaul. Once over the Solomon Sea, the plan went into effect. As the P-38s scanned the skies, they spotted what they were looking for, Japanese Zeros. The Lightnings swept in ahead of the bombers to clear the area. The P-38 could outclimb, outdive, and fly faster than the Zero, a fact this Japanese fighter found out too late. In all, the P-38s bombed 24 Japanese ships and strafed 17 on this particular mission. These pilots claimed 42 shot out of the sky. The cost? 45 American flyers and 17 American planes. In the space of 12 minutes, a formidable Japanese sea and air armada was attacked and decisively defeated. The P-38 Lightning made it possible. After 2 years of war, the Japanese strategic plan had been fatally upset. But the Allies knew the war was far from over. The armies of Japan still controlled much conquered territory. General Hap Arnold told the world, "There are many roads that lead right to Tokyo, and we're not going to neglect any of them." Relentlessly, the Allied attack continued, spearheaded by the P-38 and the striking power of the U.S. Army Air Force. As the war dragged on, the P-38 continued to play an important role, and not just in the Pacific. For example, in the famous second raid on the Plosti oil fields in March of 1944, the P-38 Lightning was called upon to lead the fighter attack. For hours, the P-38 Lightnings buzzed the Balkans. This was an all-out effort on the part of Allied pilots and crews. When they got within striking distance, the P-38 pilots climbed to bombing altitude and dumped their wing tanks so that they could maneuver better against the sleek Messerschmitts. First, they hit the refineries and other hard targets, and then they attacked German fighter units on the ground. Even with a huge smoke screen put up by the Nazis, the P-38s got through and accomplished their goals. The mission was successful. The P-38 pilots destroyed 29 Nazi planes and damaged 3 refineries. In spite of its success in operations like the Plosti oil fields, some critics and a few pilots worried over the fact that the P-38 had 2 engines. Some felt this was a plus, in case one engine failed. Others believed it would be hard to fly with only one engine, and impossible for the pilot to bail out in case of emergency.
You know, there's this old joke in aviation development that the second engine takes you to the scene of the crash. One of the problems you have with a twin-engine airplane is that unless you have a very clean airplane, when you lose an engine on a twin-engine airplane, very often you're almost in a controlled crash type situation. The P-38, under most combat circumstances, when you lost an engine, that was a very serious occurrence. The other problem with the P-38 is that there was an engine reliability problem with those boosted Allisons, and so sometimes P-38s were lost in combat simply because of engine failure.
The Army Air Force felt that a 2-engine airplane did not mean that it was a difficult airplane to fly. They believed that the 2 engines were able to give it a wide range of performance and extra margins of safety. For those who insisted that it was impossible to bail out of the 38 because of the twin booms and rudders, and because of the horizontal stabilizers span, the Army and most pilots disagreed. They felt that it was no easier or harder to bail out of the P-38 than out of any single-seater fighter. Bailouts were made either by turning the plane on its back and dropping out, or by getting out the left window and sliding down the wing. Pilots were told not to stand on the wing to jump. As any pilot will acknowledge, the object wasn't to bail out of the plane, but to make the other guy bail out of his. The P-38 was a weapon that helped the pilots do just that. It carried plenty of firepower and, unlike the Zero, had self-sealing fuel tanks and armor plating to protect the pilot. In short, the Lightning was tough, rugged, and reliable. Its high-speed performance was well known, but its control at most speeds was equally spectacular from the point of view of performance. If one engine did fail, there was still a workable single engine under the pilot. There was no difference in flight technique with either engine failing.
Right engine is dead. Trimming rudder tab. Closing right Prestone shutter and right oil cooler flap.
How's about setting the controls for unfeathering?
Feathering switch in normal position. Manual propeller switch in fixed position. Right governor control in low RPM. All set and smooth as silk.
Nice going. Now circle for landing.
2,600 RPM with 20 inches. Tap control set at 0. Gear down at 160.
50% flaps. It's in the bag.
The P-38 was a weapon that did not have to take a back seat to any plane in the war. It was an effective and versatile fighter that made a great contribution to the war effort, especially in the early part of the air campaign. Other fighters would make bigger headlines in World War II, and other fighters would surpass the P-38 Lightning in terms of reach, power, and armament. But this fighter was called upon to perform many tasks, and in each case met or exceeded expectation. Just ask the men who flew them. They will tell you that it was indeed one of the great warbirds of World War II. From bases like this one in East Anglia, on the east coast of England, came the many great American fighter planes that swarmed up into battle against the German Air Force in World War II. Fighters such as this one, a fast, tough, high-altitude fighter with a dive like its name and an 8-gun blast in its wing. Into these great fighters, America poured its genius, its millions of man-hours of labor, its faith in victory against the Luftwaffe. Into these fighters went the pilots who would set half the world free. These planes, these warbirds, came to rule the skies in World War II. This plane, flown in all theaters of the war, was one of the finest fighters in history. This plane was known as the P-47 Thunderbolt. The P-47 Thunderbolt was originally designed for high-altitude interception, but was used effectively as both a ground attack aircraft and a bomber escort. Jokingly referred to as the 7-ton milk bottle, the P-47 had high speed, a strong frame, and an engine that wouldn't die. Some experts believe it to be the premier fighter of World War II.
The P-51 has been virtually enshrined as America's finest fighter of the Second World War, and it deserves every accolade that it has received. But there was another very, very important airplane in our arsenal that we used in the European theater, and that was the P-47 Thunderbolt. In many ways, if you take a look at the force structure that was available to the Army Air Forces in the middle of the war, you find that the P-47 played a critical role in bringing the Luftwaffe into combat, destroying it in the air, and then, after June 1944 onwards, turning its attention as a swing role fighter to air-to-ground attack. For example, the breakout across France, the operations of the Third Army against the Germans, the operations of the 12th Army Group under Bradley against the Germans were immensely helped by P-47s operating basically as close air support and battlefield air interdiction strike aircraft. And that's a contribution of the P-47 for which it should justly be remembered.
The P-47 had a 40-foot wingspan with a total length of just over 36 feet. Its height was 14 feet 7 inches. It was powered by one Pratt & Whitney R-2800 engine and had a maximum speed of 426 miles per hour. It weighed 9,900 pounds empty and 14,000 pounds loaded for battle. With a ceiling of 40,000 feet and a range of 1,800 miles, it was fast and furious in the hands of a good pilot.
The big debate, of course, is which aircraft was the finest American fighter of World War II, the P-47 or the P-51. I think in terms of design elegance and design refinement, one would say the P-51. However, if one looks at the definition of a combat aircraft as a swing roll fighter, an airplane able to do multiple rolls, multiple missions, my money would be in the P-47. It was a remarkably fine flying machine. It was extraordinarily tough. It literally could take an amazing amount of battle damage. In part, this was because it had a radial piston engine, a so-called corn-cob engine. And because of that, it did not have the vulnerability that one would commonly associate with an inline-cooled, a liquid-cooled inline engine, where you have a vulnerable radiator, vulnerable coolant lines, things of this sort, where a small hit can result in the complete destruction of an engine and the loss of an airplane. One of the real attributes that the P-47 had was its concentrated armament package. It had 8 50 caliber machine guns. When you take a look at the power of a 50 caliber round, in many ways, this round, of course, is a half-inch round. It has almost the impact of a 20 millimeter cannon. And the impact on aircraft, or for that matter, mechanized transport, or things like that, from a concentrated fire of 850 calibers, is devastatingly effective. It's just basically, it does not allow the prey to escape. The prey will be at the very least badly damaged. An aircraft will be very, very badly damaged if it takes a burst from 850 caliber machine guns. So this enabled the P-47 to a very great degree to, in some cases, offset larger numerical encounters with German fighters, because a P-47 pilot getting a snapshot at an opponent would probably very easily destroy that airplane with a burst of fire, whereas the opponent may not be able to do the same to the P-47. If you take a look at German fighters, one thing that interests me looking at German fighter development as opposed to American is that Germany was so besieged by strategic bomber attack in the Second World War, both the British at night and the Americans by day, that increasingly they put larger and heavier and more powerful cannon on their aircraft. You went from the 20 millimeter cannon to the 30 millimeter cannon, for that matter. You had aircraft that had very awkward installations. They would have a 20 millimeter cannon firing through the propeller, and they might have 2 30 millimeter cannon under the wings, and they might have 2 50 caliber 12.7 millimeter machine guns, or 13 millimeter machine guns in the case of the Germans, firing through the propeller, or things like this. What happened when you looked at these armament combinations is they would be very effective by if a fighter was closing on a relatively slow-moving bomber and could close to effective firing range where all 3 or 4 different kinds of weapons were bore-sighted on that bomber. But they were totally ineffective in fighter versus fighter combat. They were totally ineffective because the individual firing rate of those weapons tended to be very slow, and then you did not have really a single unifying ballistic track to all the bullets that were being fired. And as a result, you had situations in which a fighter could be exposed to a burst of fire from an aircraft such as a Messerschmitt 109 or an FW-190, and could basically, if you will, almost fly through the bullet pattern, or could evade the hits, or would take 1 hit out of 6 weapons fired at it from this aircraft at one time. The concentrated packages of 650 caliber machine guns or 850 caliber machine guns, looking at, say, a P-51 versus a P-47, or 4 20 millimeter cannon in the case of a Spitfire or something of that sort, actually, when you take a look at it, those were much more effective means of projecting power from the aircraft against an opponent. And they gave you a much higher, what we term P sub K, probability of a kill.
Training pilots to fly the P-47 was a serious affair, but often was done with a touch of humor. Here, comedian Lou Lair introduces pilots to a training film on the P-47.
Golfers is the craziest people. But from golfers, you pilots can get a serious lesson. If I ain't too personal, take this, for instance. The first rule is keep your eye on the ball. How many of you is looking at the ball? You said it. Me neither. But in golf, there are certain things you got to do the same way every time. First, you got to get the ship trimmed for a zoom down the runway. Cowl flaps open, landing gear resting firmly on the ground. The stick is eased well back until a stall occurs. Now full throttle. And the maneuver is completed with a normal loop. For you newcomers' information, maneuver is not what you put on your victory garden to make your vegetables grow. Then comes the approach. The one that works best for me is, hiya, Toots. No, pardon me. That's a different game. I mean, to reach your objective successfully, and I know you alert pilots in the audience is now ready for the moral, you gotta follow an established procedure. Make the right way the only way. An established procedure is what a good golfer does as his second nature.
What the professor was trying to say is that in flying the P-47, there's an established procedure to follow from the moment you approach the airplane until you turn it over to the crew chief at the end of the flight.
Headquarters, 8th Air Force. General Doolittle is discussing fighter protection.
The 8th Fighter Command will give fighter cover to targets and back from the target. It's desirable that we peel off as many fighters as possible to come down east of the Ruhr and strafe ground targets.
The bomber plan. Timing, altitudes, strength, course, and targets reaches the Combat Operations Room at Headquarters 8th Fighter Command. Major General Kepner commanding. A field order goes out. 62nd Group P-47s will escort heavy bombers over enemy coast through target to limit of endurance. The machinery is set in motion. Now comes the briefing for the mission, and everybody present. These Thunderbolt pilots are veterans of many missions, so the colonel gives them only the essentials. They are to escort the bombers to a target about 40 miles east of Mannheim, and then proceed to the strafing of aerodromes north of Frankfurt. The pilots make notes on the backs or palms of their left hands. Intelligence warns them that they may expect considerable enemy opposition today. The Germans have brought in some 100 single-engine fighters. On the field, planes warm up. It's takeoff time for the Thunderbolts. At other bases, timed to the escort schedule, the P-38s get underway. And at others, the long-range Mustangs go to keep their rendezvous with the bombers someplace deep in Germany. Somewhere out there, over enemy territory. Near or far, on the long route, the bombers go out and come home. Each of these formations will make rendezvous at a certain point on the exact minute. The Thunderbolts climb steadily over the channel into hostile skies, close to rendezvous. And in the distance are the bombers. Advanced formations of an armada perhaps 100 miles long. The Thunderbolts maneuver for their escort position. Each pilot searches the sky, constantly watching for the main enemy attack, which may come near the coast or deep in Germany, or hit-and-run sneak attacks by the enemy's aerial snipers. And then, at another rendezvous point, comes a group of Mustangs to relieve the Thunderbolts.
This is Red Leader. Okay, men, it's time to break escort. Mustangs coming in at 8 o'clock.
The Mustangs far in the distance sweep the surrounding sky as they get ready to come in to take the places held by the Thunderbolts. One of the most important features of long-range fighter escort is this relay system. Because of the differences in bomber speeds and the need of much weaving, fighters used up their gas. Thus, the same group of fighters could remain with the bombers only 25 to 40 minutes out of a 6 or 8 hour mission, going and coming. And 1,000 fighters might be needed to keep anything from 40 to 100 on the job at all times, while the enemy could strike with 250 planes at any point he selected. The Luftwaffe was forewarned an hour and a half in advance, even as the bombers gained altitude over England. This captured German film shows how quickly their Me-109s and Focke-Wulf 190s got into action after a warning. They have plenty of time to amass their fighters at a chosen point of attack and to outnumber the Allied escort at anything from 2 to 1 to 10 to 1. And then the engagement. P-47s protecting their bombers. The Allies lose planes, but the bombers can't be stopped. The Thunderbolts, often heavily outnumbered, engage the enemy all over the sky. And this battle was only one of many. Day after day, month after month, they went up against the Messerschmitt 109s and the FW 190s. These fighters knew one strategy: attack, attack, attack. 2 into 10, 6 into 50. They blocked the enemy's mass assaults until the Allied victory column soared at the rate of 4 to 1. If a missed rendezvous or other misadventure, due usually to blinding weather, prevented fighter protection somewhere, the bombers suffered heavy losses. But no American fighter ever failed them because of enemy odds, however great. Germany was not the only place where the P-47 was creating mayhem for the Axis. Perhaps no campaign was a greater triumph for the Thunderbolt than Italy in 1944. The P-47 changed the map of Italy from the air. It was said that Italian trains ran on time. Not these. This is what the Thunderbolt did to the face of Italy. Think back to what it must have been like to fly these magnificent warbirds over war-torn Italy. Imagine that you are there. Alto Air Base, Sunday morning. Here, Sunday is like Monday, and Monday is like every other day in the week. A working day. The engines wake everyone at dawn. In their beds, the pilots can hear the crew chiefs already at work, pre-flighting the planes, getting them ready for the day's missions. This is how the Air Force is when you're an Allied pilot, fighting an air war, 20 minutes from the Germans in Italy. They get used to it. They've been washing out of their helmets since July 42, from the Holy Land to Africa, across the desert, Egypt to El Alamein, to Libya and Tunisia, 1,300 miles. The pilots moved when the infantry moved. Sicily and Italy, 58 moves in 2 years. Now, Corsica. These are the best conditions they ever had. Sunday morning. For the 57th Fighter Group, 3 squadrons, 1,000 men. Another day begins at Alto Air Base. Home sweet home for this aircrew, and has been for some time. Good steel mat runway, 150 by 6,000 feet. Tower call sign is breakneck. Lots of jokes about that. They share the field with a French fighter group. They don't speak the same language, but they fly the same airplane against the same enemy. Each lost a man yesterday. Each pilot has an escape kit that includes enemy money and instructions on how to get you back through the line just in case. The commander tells them about their target. He doesn't have to go into great detail. They do this every day. Sometimes 2 or 3 times a day. The commanders upstairs plan the war. When they want something done, they pick up the phone. And the pilots do it. They don't always know why they are sent out on a mission. They don't always care. But they know there's a reason, a good one. Today, the missions are going out because in Italy, the Allied armies have been stopped in their tracks. At the Gustav Line, across the narrowest and most mountainous part of the peninsula. The U.S. Fifth Army and the British Eighth Army stopped for 5 miles. At Anzio, 100,000 men were sweating it out. They couldn't move. Stalemated. The Allies started to use a special weapon, a fighter bomber, the P-47 Thunderbolt. 1 engine, 1 man, 1 bomb on each wing. Extra fuel tanks for range. This was the job they set out to do. The crew chiefs taxi the plane from dispersal points. At the end of the runway, the squadrons line up, and all the pilots have to do is climb in and take them away. If you're a crew chief, you've got your own P-47. Sometimes you think of it as your personal airplane. The pilots are who they lend it to every day. They let him fly around in it, and they expect him to bring it back in good condition. No bullet holes or flak holes. After they've been lending the airplane to one pilot for a long time, they might get attached to him too. If you're a pilot, no matter what your rank or how many hours you've had, what counts here is the combat flying you've done. Unless you've done plenty, you're considered a beginner. And you remain a beginner until you learn the tricks of the trade. After you put a few missions behind you, you become a sport. Then, with plenty of action, 50 or 60 missions, if you're still around, you're promoted. You become an old sport, a veteran. The crew chief can't go along, so they always like to tell him what they're going to do. Got a triple threat mission today. Each section's going after a bridge. They are to come in on a course of about 40 degrees. Same old thing. Go out there and dodge around in the ack-ack. Dive bomb out of a left-hand turnabout and carry the bombs right on down. This pilot is to fly top cover on the other 2 sections while they bomb, and then go in afterwards. Weather's supposed to be good, so maybe they will have a good show. All set to go. But they wait. They wait for 5 minutes. That's the way it's planned. Time to settle down, relax. They'll be busy later. So if they've got any thinking to do, and who hasn't, now's the time to do it. The Thunderbolt's a heavy airplane. Besides, it's loaded up like a Christmas tree. Belly tank, rockets, guns, 500-pound bombs, cameras. the mile of steel runway would shrink to nothing under the fighter. Halfway down, by the tower, they are committed. That means they can't slam on the brakes and stop. Once they're committed, they usually go up. The squadron is airborne. Over Corsica, then out to sea. On the deck. 60 miles east to Italy. Flying from Corsica to go only 60 miles puts them 150 miles behind the German front. Getting close. Start looking for the target. Stuck down there in one of those ravines. All look alike. Wingman, ease back. Keep the formation spread out. There's a checkpoint. That road. Follow it down to the river. The first bridge should be down there. Somewhere. There it is. Pass over. Come back and attack from the opposite direction. One of the tricks they've learned. Leader section goes into loose string formation. One plane behind the other. Last man goes in. No bomb sight for the P-47. Pilot does his own aiming. Bomb bursts. Couple of misses. Direct hit. Hope their aim is good. Drop your bombs. Pull out. They black out for a second. Blood drains from the head. They are young, so it comes back fast. They're all right now. Leader section reforms. Top cover. Watch the red section bomb. A miss. Another miss. A hit. Black section goes down. Straddle the target. Percussion should do the trick. No more bombs. Back at Alto, no one is able to worry about the squadron that is in the field. The next squadron is taking off. No one will have time to worry about them either. They've gone on too many missions. This is their 9th mission today. When they don't fly, they have plenty of things to do. They try to make some sort of life for themselves. In trying, they improvised an American community. Step off a field, they are in Corsica. Step back on, you're back in America. 6-6 Squadron heading out. 6-5 Squadron heading home. A meeting in the air comes and goes fast. 6-5 leader section. One plane light. When they reform after strafing, they noticed it. Nobody saw it happen. Maybe he spun in, maybe he bailed out. They will have to think about it later. Now, they're waiting for that first sight of home base. They are very close now. Alto, first turn to the left, 3 fields down. Keep the formation tight. When they fly over those other fields, they want to look good. Show them how it's done. Alto. Home. They come in low and peel up. They peel up to reduce speed. Pace the plane 20 seconds apart for landing. Second and third flights go on past the field. They'll circle back when the first flight is down. Drop your gear. Second flight, heels up. Third flight will circle again. This is all the flying the ground crew sees. The pilots like to give them a show. Sometimes they're tired and hit the ground hard. They're not happy about the flak holes. New airplane. The crew chief can be mighty sore. Then, after the interrogation, they relax. Grab some donuts and coffee. Talk with the Red Cross girl who meets every mission. And fly the show all over again on the ground. These pilots averaged 8 and 9 missions a day. The French flew about as many. It was good to look up and watch them go by. But there were other things. There were those pillars of smoke. The pilots never knew when they would see one. That's a wreck. A P-47's afire. There's a man in it. When they hit like this, there's nothing one can do but let them burn and stay clear of the exploding ammo. Keep on landing. They have to. There's nowhere else to go. How did it happen? Engine cut out for a second. 200 yards from the runway. 200 yards from home. Flak damage might have caused it. They'll never know for sure. All they know is that war is hell and young men die. They kept up the pressure, and by the beginning of May, the roads were practically closed. If one man on a motorcycle appeared on the highway by day, he was a dead man. The Germans took to the sea. 2 months after they started, the Allies had a stranglehold on all of Italy. The Germans had barely enough supplies for 2 weeks. That's when the ground forces attacked. Allied troops took Cassino. The Warbirds linked up with a beachhead at Anzio. And in 3 weeks, they were all in Rome. The men on the ground pushed north. And as they moved up, they saw what had been done to help them. 10,000 enemy vehicles destroyed or damaged. In every town they took, no marshalling yard. How many German tanks went out of business because of the gasoline these trains never carried? They advanced, and they saw the bridges. How many German shells were never fired because they couldn't get across the river? The ground forces exploited their breakthrough and moved quickly throughout the country. Almost 250 miles in one non-stop offensive. The ground forces won a battle, but they still had a war to fight. And the Thunderbolts were still flying missions. Up from first light to last light. Only the coming of darkness could stop them. Only the coming of darkness would bring the last mission to an end. Until tomorrow. These warbirds of World War II never gave up. They blasted from the sky to wreak havoc on Axis planes and materiel. One of the finest fighter airplanes in history, the P-47s and the pilots that flew them were destined for greatness. And today, more than 50 years after the war ended, their exploits are still a marvel to behold. As World War II continued, the Japanese Air Force became less and less effective. Pilots and planes lost in the great air battles of the Pacific Campaign could not be replaced. Unlike the United States, Japan had few men who could replace the experienced pilots killed in battle. With victory in Europe approaching, Roosevelt knew that the industrial might of America would eventually overcome the Japanese. He also knew that a new aircraft from Boeing was going to be a great help in winning the war. B-29 Super Fortress. In August of 1943, the Allied leaders met in Quebec, Canada, to plan the defeat of Japan. Roosevelt knew that the distances between islands in the Pacific meant that they had to have a bomber that could project long-range air power. He also knew that he had just the weapon. Rushed out of development, the B-29 could carry a huge payload farther than anything else ever built. He promised the Allies 200 of these superfortresses within 7 months. Inside the Chateau Frontenac, at the Joint Chiefs Conference, General Hap Arnold proposed to pierce the inner zone of Japan's homeland with the unbuilt bombers from bases to be erected in China. It was a bold plan. At the time of the Quebec Conference, there were only 11 superforts in existence. It was a race with time. Putting these planes together was no small task. In each plane, there were 55,000 numbered parts, thousands of miles of wiring, 1 million rivets. From its transparent nose to its tail, this was a complicated machine. Nevertheless, the Air Force ordered the assemblies like pieces for a giant jigsaw puzzle. By December, only 4 months after the President's promise, 35 superfortresses had come off the assembly line. Then, every hour of every day, identical miracles of modern machinery were brought together. Workers witnessed an inspiring sight, a welding of vision and reality. Building the superfortress was the climax of one of the great industrial feats in the history of modern warfare. Thus, the 99-foot-long aerial giant, spreading 141-foot wings, was born. By the end of January, 142 superforts were accepted. 3/4 of America's promise, and our pipelines were full. Here were 65 tons of fighting fury, the biggest, fastest, and most powerful bomber in the world.
It was a very fine aircraft. It exemplified the latest state-of-the-art in long-range, high-altitude bomber development. It had a pressurized cabin, which was a first. It had very refined aerodynamic design. To give you an example of this, the drag of the B-29 was cut in half when you raised the landing gear. Just the fact of raising the landing gear cut the aircraft's drag in half, which I think is a tribute to how smoothly and how well refined that aircraft was. It had exceptional range characteristics, in part because of this very fine, refined design that it had. It had some tremendous technological attributes for its time. It was what we might call the first true systems airplane. For example, the turrets were not operated by gunners sitting in under a bubble, moving with the turret, tracking the guns against their foe, things of this sort. They were remotely sighted. The turrets were controlled remotely from centralized fire control stations. Radar was incorporated into the aircraft's operations as a navigation aid and as a bombing aid. There was a lot of attention went into this airplane in terms of developing it as what we might term a systems airplane. And indeed, it's ironic that after the Second World War, the B-29 became the basis for virtually all subsequent Soviet long-range aircraft as well. The Soviets were recipients of several B-29s that force landed in Russia during the Second World War, and they copied these directly as the Tupolev Tu-4, which was given the NATO codename Bull, and then it in turn spied a whole series of derivatives, and indeed the B-29's design influence could be seen in subsequent Soviet turbojet bombers as well.
The B-29 Superfortress had a 141-foot wingspan with a total length of just over 99 feet. Its height was 27 feet 9 inches. It was powered by 4 R-3350 engines, and it had a maximum speed of 357 miles per hour. It weighed 74,500 pounds empty and 135,000 pounds loaded for battle. With a ceiling of 23,900 feet at a range of 5,400 miles, it put the final nails in Japan's coffin. This heavy bomber was able to carry a payload that other bombers could only dream about. Getting the B-29s built was only half of the battle. There had to be places in the Orient where they could land and take off. Air bases in China were the only solution. Armies of laborers were put to work building a network of air bases across China. Under the direction of 26 American officers and enlisted men, and at a cost of $150 million, 1,000-man gangs, following their own flagmen, rolled out 4 great air bases. April 24th became a day for the 20th Bomber Command to remember. General Saunders and Colonel Jake Harmon led the B-29 parade into Chungking. Nearly all the immense airfields were ready for business. They had been built in only 3 months. Here was the superfortress. It had hopped the Atlantic, Africa, and India. It flew from Kansas to China in a week. It didn't seem possible, but only a year and a half after the first experimental B-29 was flown, a fleet of American aerial dreadnoughts was arriving in China. Next stop, Japan. Within 10 days, the Allied Asiatic strength was 130 superforts. Directed by the Joint Chiefs of Staff because of their long range and power, they were the first units of the 20th Air Force. Roosevelt was keeping his promise. With more superforts on the way, the runway builders never stopped. In China, skilled hands were pounding out a path to victory. Meanwhile, in Japan, 1,500 miles to the east, other hands had forged a modern war machine. Geared for war since 1928, their production rolled on. Like the Germans, they believed their empire invulnerable. Since Pearl Harbor, steel capacity had doubled. 1/3 was hammered into ships, ships to exploit conquered lands, ships to support far-flung military forces. While suffering from shipping sunk by the Allies, Japan maintained the world's 3rd largest merchant fleet with continued launchings. Their Asian empire of Japan, Korea, and Manchuria, connected by an efficient merchant marine, formed an industrial behemoth 3 times larger than Germany. Their armed forces had expanded to 5 million soldiers, nearly 4 times their strength at the time of Pearl Harbor. By June, the Allied bases in China were working around the clock. The Joint Chiefs of Staff had ordered an attack on the Japanese. The Allied target was Yowata, Japan's heavily guarded industrial center, which made 1/5 of all Japanese steel. General Wolfe was winning the big gamble. His idea to train the crews while they tested the experimental B-29 was putting both men and planes in combat 6 months sooner. They were doing the impossible. General Stratemeyer, the theater air commander, and General Wolfe watched 68 superfortresses become airborne. Almost the entire force ordered for this historic mission. Landfall. Japan. The enemy was waiting. Up came heavy, bursting flak. Nearly 5 miles below lay the sprawling mills that armed the Japanese. Jimmy Doolittle had said that the Allies would be back, and the Allies were. 2.5 years after Pearl Harbor, Allied superfortresses struck Japan. Land-based planes dropped bombs through clouds on Yawata. Damage was done to the Kokurta arsenal. Punishment to the steel industry was not extensive, but the B-29 blitz was underway. Soon, full-scale operations against Japan were underway on a daily basis. 1,500 miles to targets, and 1,500 miles back. From bases at Saipan, Tinian, and Guam. The 21st Bomber Command was in charge, and they were concentrating their massive air power on the industrial and military complexes within Japan. This was the beginning of the end of the war against Tokyo. Back in Guam, after 6 months of reoccupation, there were few signs of war along these quiet summer shores. The liberated Chamorros were back in their native villages, American citizens again, smiling and friendly, unaware that a miracle had happened around them. A miracle that moved mountains of material, equipment, and supplies across the Pacific, that changed their dirt roads into broad highways, that manicured their jungles into acres of black-topped airfields. By midsummer, 21st Bomber Command was in business. Big business. Under General LeMay's direction, the long arm of Bomber Command began punching the enemy with appalling power. From Guam, Tinian, and Saipan, 600 plane missions increased the bombing weight 100% in 2 months. Behind this expanding power was planning. The LeMay plan began on the ground with maintenance. At the center of the plan was the B-29. Assembly line technique cut engine change time from 3 days to less than half a day. In shops and hard stands, ground crews worked day and night during the blitz weeks to keep more B-29s on the line. By July, LeMay's Bomber Command was an efficient, well-oiled, well-drilled machine of destruction. Here's a vital cog of that machine: 11 men and a bomber. While they wind up for action, let's find out where they're going, and some of the things they're going to do, and why, and with what. How do they set up the longest, toughest bomber mission in history? It began about 12 hours ago in the war room at Guam, with General LeMay and his staff receiving a report on tomorrow's weather in Japan. Tomorrow's forecast is typical: 80% clouds above 10,000 feet. In the east, Tokyo area will be 60% cloudy at 22,000, 30% at 14,000 feet, closing up solid after 11 a.m. Osaka and everything west is reported completely socked in. How will the general solve that one? His B-29s are up against a blank wall, except for a possible opening around Tokyo. The old man considers every vital factor and makes his decision. 4 wings will strike Tokyo at 10 o'clock. They'll go in under that weather and bomb at 12,000. Now it's a question of target selection. First priority in the Tokyo area is number 573. Intelligence informs the general that 573 is already 3/4 destroyed. At the moment, number 574, still untouched, would seem more important. Operations checks the tactical plan for 574. General LeMay orders the required changes, okays the target, and commits all executive details to his staff. Operations with his Deputy Chief of Staff and project officer, goes to work setting up the changes. In that plans folder is a mountain of preparation by special sections of intelligence and operations. 1,000 hours of research, collated facts, and figures have been distilled into Tactical Plan 574. Aircraft will assemble as brief with 3 groups of P-51s for escort. Smoke markers at 1-minute intervals will be dropped by lead planes to expedite departure from assembly point. 1 squadron each wing will carry M47 incendiary clusters. Balance of squadrons 500 and 1,000-pound GP bombs fused a quarter second, nose and tail. Altitude of attack, 12,000 feet. Planes of 314th Wing will carry capacity fuel loads of approximately 7,300 gallons per plane. Calibrated airspeed of 210 miles per hour will be flown by all aircraft on bombing run. Radar landfall 3450 north and 140 east will be the same for all planes to afford a good land-water contrast checkpoint. The Navy is requested to furnish the following facilities for air-sea rescue purposes: 3 surface vessels to proceed to positions X, 4 submarines assigned to lifeguard duties at positions Y, 2 Dumbos to orbit at Station Z. 4 B-29s will orbit as Super Dumbos at the following positions. Each section of the plan is double-checked. To supervise certain aspects of planning, Lieutenant Colonel Catton, a former lead crew pilot, was recently brought over to staff as project officer. This officer's extensive combat experience now helps to iron out operational kinks. He will accompany this mission to observe new smoke signals at assembly point. A field order is now dispatched to the wings. Takeoff time is flashed to the controller, who coordinates the vast network of communications gathered here at the heart and nerve center of command. Here in the control room, status panels of the mission board are maintained to show at a glance the countless, up-to-the-minute details of all daily operations. Prior to takeoff, each mission is set up on the board to afford a visual progress of the flight, from takeoff to target and return. Colored yarns, 1 for each wing, are laid out to indicate the flight lines, which pass close to Iwo Jima, the halfway point, and proceed as specified in the field order to the proper target. Other symbols are used to mark air-sea rescue positions. A timetable of statistics for each wing, as planned and flown, is recorded from hourly reports on the status panel, beginning with takeoff time. To veteran crews, it's just another day's work. One more 1,500-mile haul up and down the ruddy Pacific. 15 hours, 7,000 gallons, 4 engines, 11 guys. A water jump across 20 degrees of the globe, a continent of ocean. Destination, Tokyo. It's like taking off in Mexico for targets in Canada. The 314th is airborne. 145 planes, 1 minute apart, 67 tons each. Those B-29 takeoffs are a tough sweat. That first long moment is the worst. Some swear it takes not just skill, but luck to reach the sky. 100 miles north, 2 more B-29 wings prepare for takeoff. 134 aircraft from the 58th Wing, 100 more from the 313th Wing. At Saipan, a few minutes later, the veteran 73rd Wing lines up for takeoff. 153 more bombers are added to the mission's striking force. The last B-29 is airborne at 1540. The tower at Saipan relays this information to the controller back at Guam. First and last takeoff times of each wing are recorded here. and go to make up the first of a series of tabulated mission reports. Copies of these reports are dispatched to headquarters, Washington, and posted on the control room report board. During that first hour, the B-29s have settled down for the big ride, saving precious gas, cruising 1,000 feet off the water. Ability, experience, confidence ride in each plane. A plan of action for 11 men, trained and tested to function as one. The navigator sets the course, logging island checkpoints as they climb past the northern Marianas, Vega, Asunciones, Mor, the Pajoys. After about 4 hours of flight, the bombers pass close to Iwo Jima, the hot rock, a black, gritty pork chop halfway to Hung Chu, 8 square miles, bought and paid for by the Marines. The Allies made some quick changes, cutting away that sulfurous volcanic crust and rolling Iwo's surface into one enormous flat top. 3 big airstrips now launch the P-51s for bomber escort over Japan. General Moore and his staff of the 7th Fighter Command run the show and direct all air-sea rescue operations in close collaboration with Bomber Command. A last-minute briefing check just to make sure today's fighter escort knows all air-sea rescue positions. Out on the line, General Moore's P-51s are warming up for the longest fighter flight on record. 7 hours on one engine, extra belly tanks, extra nerve and stamina in the cockpit. About the time the bomber wings are passing Iwo Jima, the Mustangs are taking off, scheduled to join them 3.5 hours later off the shores of Japan. After a rendezvous at Kita, the P-51s head for assembly point, led by B-29s designated as navigator ships. Farther west, the bomber wings grind ahead on the last lap to the Empire. Reports to the controller back at Guam give their flight position, which is kept up to the hour on the mission board. Still at low altitude, the B-29s are approaching the bad weather belt, where unreported storms and cold fronts appear suddenly across the bomber course.
Pilot to crew, we're going to start our climb. Check oxygen equipment.
Tell Buck he'd better get out to his doghouse.
As they begin their slow climb to altitude, the crews prepare for the vital business ahead. And from now on, until they come off target and head home, it's all business. The central fire control system is warmed up. Superhuman brain power at the flick of a switch. Each gunner flexes his sights and tries the coordinated fire controls with a few short bursts to clear the guns. After pushing up to altitude, the bombers arrive close to assembly point. Air in the pressurized cabin is comparable to 8,000 feet, but oxygen masks are adjusted and ready for instant use. From the southeast, the fighter escort appears with its navigator ships, which now turn off to wait for the fighters' return at rally point. The Mustangs climb in formation to take positions above the boxes of B-29s. Lead bombers begin to circle, dropping new smoke markers for assembly. The project officer observes this part of the tactical plan in action. From various zone positions, the groups separate and form on their lead ships in 9 or 11 plane waves, which head for initial point. The great parade is on. Landfall is picked up, along with the first flak burst. Fujiyama, the familiar white beacon, marks the turn for initial point. Flak becomes heavier and more accurate. And now, the first enemy snipers appear, diving head-on into the formations. Some are suicide fighters trying to ram our bombers. Other Japanese fighters drop phosphorus bombs, set to explode in front of the oncoming B-29. The P-51s go on after them and know they're tangling with experts. The P-51's job is to protect the B-29s. But some of those enemy fighters filter through and meet the blast of bomber guns. A tail gunner pleads with a Japanese fighter to come in a little closer. From the turn at initial point, the tight bomber waves move steadily on and get ready for business. Flak and fighters fall off. But those clouds are beginning to close in, and it looks worse ahead. Then, just east of Hachioshi, the Tokyo area breaks clear. The bombardiers began to draw a bead on 574. The planes sit tight for the bombing run. 2 Japanese aircraft plants and an airbase, 12,000 feet below, are about to receive 4,000 tons of destruction. The first waves of B-29s have already found their objective. Succeeding bomber groups add their devastation to the smoking targets. Tactical Plan 574 is now an accomplished fact. The bombers turn and go downwind across the burnt acres of Tokyo. Close-up cameras show the scars of those deadly fire strikes last March. 51 square miles of lime treatment. Across the bay, a tailwind speeds them south down the Chiba Peninsula. This is fighter country. With the first call on the intercom, the Mustangs peel off and go to work again. With the big bombers homeward bound, the P-51s drop down for strafing runs, concentrating on definite objectives from here to the enemy coast. Skimming along at maximum speed, the fighters pair off and go to work cutting vital Japanese lifelines, blasting away at communications, radio installations, power lines, swooping down on enemy transportation, railroads, marshalling yards, small suburban factories, and airfields. Then on to shipping targets. Freighters, trawlers, coastal craft or destroyer, it's the same enemy. After strafing, the fighters climb back to rally point and the waiting B-29 Navigator planes. With the first sight of Iwo, fuel gauges are down close to empty, but fighter spirits begin to rise. They wind up and finish with a kick, coming back at whiplash speed and zoom into their victory rolls once over for each Japanese ship or plane destroyed. After the last fighter groups are in, all hands sweat in those first limping B-29s. That runway is a beautiful sight as they let down with engines out, low on gas, or beat up by flak and fighters. In 3 months, hundreds of crippled or gas-shy B-29s havened at Iwo. You can understand why the flyboys bless those Marines and even name their planes after them. The lucky ones have fueled and depart for home bases in an hour. But Iwo still has its hazards. Weather can turn this station into a hopeless pea soup. Fog and quick overcast often black out the airstrip during these crucial periods. That means orders to bail out. Or, with luck, a B-29 might drop in for a copybook ditching. From here, you can see how the cloud cover up there smothers the runway and realize what one pilot went through. Sometimes a battle-scarred bomber staggers back to Iwo, only to flatten out at the last heartbreaking second. By some miracle, the whole crew got away from their stations to safety before 2,000 gallons of flaming gas enveloped them. Fighters risked their lives to save the ship. This, too, took courage beyond the line of duty. Far to the south, most of the wings are nearing their bases. Exhausted crews wait out the last endless hour when time seems to stop. Their position is radioed in, and the controller gets word of the approaching flight. At last, the familiar Marianas appear on the horizon. Bombers fly across Guam and turn into the landing pattern. 15 hours ago, they left the other end of that runway. But some of those B-29 crews won't be able to talk it over today. 11 men and a bomber that didn't quite make it. The rescue squads tear away the hot metal. Somehow, in that burning wreckage, a man has lived to feel those eager, gallant hands. 1 life saved and 10 lost. That's part of today's toll. And there were many other days and nights that took their toll of young American lives in the service of relentless, expanding air power. By the end of July, the B-29s had all but obliterated the enemy's ability to make war. 1,000-plane missions were going to hit Japan with twice the monthly tonnage that ever fell on Germany. The question was, how much longer would a beaten Japan hold out? A global bomber and a global air force were in operation. The beginning of the end of the Japanese Empire was underscored in exploding bombs that reminded the Japanese of Pearl Harbor. The growing, systematic wave of destruction had started. From China, and later from Saipan, the Allies were forging a huge nutcracker to crush the enemy. General Arnold's determined order, make them the biggest, make them the heaviest, and fly them the farthest, was carried out. He warned the enemy, no part of the Japanese Empire is out of our range. No war factory too remote to feel our bombs. The battle for Japan is now underway with full speed ahead. In August, the Allies made a test that never was applied to Germany. While great land, sea, and air forces gathered for their last invasion, our B-29s dropped 2 atomic bombs, which hastened the surrender of Japan and saved untold thousands of American lives. So the mission of the Allied air forces, which began nearly 4 years before, was accomplished. And it was the B-29 that made it all possible. After the war, the Japanese military acknowledged that the superfortress was the single most important weapon that defeated them. While it is true that war is hell, it is also true that brave men must fight against tyranny. And in that fight, as these magnificent warbirds have shown, he who controls the air wins the battle.